All right. Oh, wait, we're not ready for them yet. We're going to start the meeting and then go into closed session, right? Okay, just one, sorry.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
No, you're fine. Starting the meeting? Last meeting I'm starting, actually, for a while. Anyway, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Oh, roll call, sorry, roll call.
Trustee Valdez,
Present.
Trustee Shaw,
Here.
Trustee Barkey,
Here,
Trustee Williams,
Present.
Trustee Sparks.
she'll be late. She's expecting about 3:30. You'd think after all this time I would know that we have to do roll call, wouldn't you? Anyway, now I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved. Second.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Passes 4-0.
4-0.
4-0.
4-0.
Yes.
0-1, right?
No, because she's
not an
not here.
abstention.
She's not
Oh,
abstaining.
0-0.
And then I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved. Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All right. Another 4-0. All right. Now we are going to go into closed session for introductory transfers until 5 p.m. Welcome, everyone. So great to see so many people here, so many charter school students, so many families. It's really always a fun meeting when we do the swearing in because we have a lot of members of the families. And so welcome. And we're going to get started with our invocation. I am going to invite Luke Shaw up to do the invocation and make a few comments. So you can come right up here.
So maybe I can introduce him, Madam President. This is
Yes,
the
please.
Pride and Joy, the oldest of the Shaw children. We are excited for Luke. He's about to leave for 2 years. He'll be a missionary for the church, so we thought it would be fun to get him warmed up here and giving us the invocation. So.
Our dear Heavenly Father, we're so grateful for this day. We're grateful for this opportunity to be here and hold this meeting, and we're grateful for the board and all they do to help defend the liberties of this country and defend and protect the rights of parents and children in our education system. And we pray for the board to be guided with wisdom as they act to best suit the needs of this county. And we're so grateful for this opportunity, and we say these things in thy name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Luke. Appreciate that. And next, we're going to call up the Bean family to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And would you like to introduce your family, Dr. Bean?
Yeah, these are the 4 bean sprouts. So we have Sophia, my eldest, Amelia, Samuel, and Gabriella.
All right, well, everyone's already standing, so I don't have to cue you to that. All right. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have any introductions? All right. So we are going to next invite Dr. Bean to the front of the dais and the Bean family to join him for the oath of office.
Okay.
Do we need to move again? In the big pictures? Take pictures this way. You might want to be in pictures.
Raise your right hand. Okay, good.
I, Stephen Bean,
I, Stephen Bean,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance
That I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California.
That I will take this obligation freely,
That I will take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully
And that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
All right.
It's
beautiful.
Next, we're going to invite Dr. Sparks and Linda Lindholm to administer the oath of office. Overhead mic?
I state your name. I, Lisa Sparks, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States. The Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
Constitution of the State of California,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter, to re-enter.
I'll get out of it.
Oh, sure.
I didn't see it, but there's nothing in here. Now, make your paper. You can have two.
Okay, I'll turn you that way. Aw.
Ms. Lindholm, our former trustee, so if they're in, swear in Ms. Sparks.
We're very excited you were reelected. Congratulations. Praise for all the. I state your name.
I, Mary Barkey,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
I can tell that Linda's had a lot of experience swearing people in because she does it so well. Just such a great pace.
She does.
Yes, she makes it very easy on us. So thank you, Linda,
you.
for coming out, and thank you to the Bean family for swearing in your father. And thank you to Luke for the invocation. And so next we are going to move to our the election of officers for the 2026-2027 term. And so I am going to be saying goodbye as president, which is sad, but I'm staying on, so it's exciting to stay with my team that I really enjoy working with. And I think we all are very different, but we all work very well together. We listen to one another, we respect one another, we care for one another, we're kind to one another. And I think at the end of the day, what we all care about most is Orange County, the children, the students, and the families, and doing what's best for them. And I think because we all have that in mind, that we all work well together, despite our differences occasionally, which is very healthy. So I'm sad to give up this role as president, but I'm very excited to be nominating my colleague Tim Shaw to be the next president of the board.
And I'll second that.
So we have. Will you accept that?
Sure. Why not?
And just before we actually vote, I did also want to say how much I appreciate Dr. Bean, because he's also the glue that really keeps us together. It's hard to be really successful as a board when you don't have such a great leader, a leader that also listens, is kind, is respectful, thoughtful, and I know that he cares as much about the families and children and students in Orange County as we do. So I would be remiss if I didn't say that you really keep us all together. So thank you for everything you do. And this entire team, honestly, Jeru, Renee, Greg. I mean, it's just a great team. We really appreciate you guys. So.
Before we pass the gavel, I have a beautiful gift for you that's on my home patio that I'll bring next meeting because of all the rush. But it's a beautiful cheese. Just imagine a beautiful cheese board that's carved with Mary's name on it for serving as our wonderful president the last year.
I love that.
So I'll bring it next time.
Okay.
And
so
sorry,
if you're not going to be here next month, just watch on YouTube and you can all see it.
So-
I'll hold it up so everyone can see it. Thank you.
yes, I'm sorry. It's on my patio.
All right. So now I think we'll call for the vote to elect Tim as our next president. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? I think you have it 5-0.
All right.
So I now turn over the gavel to
No, we'll do it this way. That's fine.
All right.
Well, thank you very much. Mary's a very tough act to follow for sure. Wonderful leader of our board for this past year. And if the truth be told, I was off minding my own business, very happy on the La Habra City Council. And I get a phone call from Mary Barkey wanting me to run for the Board of Education. So she is very much the reason I ended up here. But it's just an honor to serve with you, Mary, and each of you. That no one even bothers running against Dr. Bean or Mary anymore. And when we're looking at Lisa's results, the only question is, will she or won't she break 70%? And I want to state for the record, I'm profoundly jealous because she's well north of 70%. I do not get north of 70% in my election, so I'm very jealous of Lisa. It is a great team we have here, as was mentioned, and we are colleagues, but we're really also our friends. And it's a joy coming here every month and getting together with my friends. And I do consider everyone up here to be a close personal friend as well as a colleague. So thank you for the honor of allowing me to serve as president. I'll try not to screw this up, so appreciate that, your vote of confidence. So now we go to the election for vice president of the board. And if it's okay with my colleagues, I would like to make the nomination of Trustee George Valdez to be our vice president.
I'll second that.
I think I heard a second and a third. So are all in favor of closing the nominations?
Favor of that?
Yeah, okay. And so all in favor of George Valdez as vice president? Say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. 5-0. Congratulations, Vice President Valdez. Fabulous. So we also have a position of clerk of the board. If it's okay, I would like to nominate Dr. Ken Williams to be the clerk of our board.
I second.
Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, all in favor of Dr. Ken Williams to be the clerk of our board?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 5-0 unanimous for Dr. Williams. So I know we have a lot of business to conduct. We're going to plan on taking a short break. I think we've set up some refreshments around the corner.
We are going to open these doors right here to your side, and we have refreshments for everyone, and take about a 5-minute break.
Okay, so we will reconvene in 5 minutes. So, and then we'll get back to the agenda. So we'll see you in a few minutes. Thank you.
Before you guys move, seat-wise, what do you want to do?
I think for tonight we just stay here, don't you think? Is that okay? I think we can just stay here.
Oh, there's a step over
I'm going to not go in the hall.
Is that a button to turn on your mic? Was that? Or is it the button to turn on your mic? Yeah.
All right, everybody, I think we'll try to get going. I know we have a lot on our agenda, so thank you for that brief indulgence for pictures and light refreshments. So we will now proceed into public comments. As we begin our public comments, I want to remind the public that this is the Orange County Board of Education, so your comments need to be related to education here. So we have to keep those comments directed towards that topic. And of course, we want to keep our comments courteous and professional and in a good constructive spirit. So with that, I believe we only have 5 comments. So we'll begin.
Okay, I'm going to read off the names, 2 names in a row. First person is up, second person is on deck. First person tonight is Ron Flores. Second is Rudy Kraus.
Testing. I want to start off by saying that I go to a lot of board meetings and things across the country, and we're the luckiest to have the most beautiful president of all boards in Mary Bakke. And that's no bull. My name is Ron Flores, born in Orange County. I'm a native for Santa Ana and Anaheim. Went to Orangeview Junior High School in West Anaheim and Western, Cypress College, Long Beach State University, and I started BASTA 10 years ago. We're an NGO nonprofit. And I'm also president for almost 20 years now at Western High School Alumni Association. So I have skin in the game when it comes to education. And we have a dilemma in education, don't we? If you've been reading the papers or if you've been seeing what's going on. When you have kids at the 3rd grade level that can't read or write and they continuously pass them, and they go to junior high, 80% of them can't read or write, and they pass them. And then they go to high school, and they graduate, and only 4 of them can read and write. There's something wrong. There's something definitely wrong. Let me give you some examples. Western High School, in math scores, my school is 112 points below the standard in math, 30% in English. And here's what I don't understand. 94% of them graduate, and they can't read or write. Then you go to Santa Ana High School, 105 points below the standard in math, 39% in English. And sadly, yo soy Latino, yo soy de color. Our people of color are the worst ones being hurt. With AI coming and the robotics here, there ain't going to be no hamburger flapping jobs anymore. They're already disappearing. What are those kids going to do? You know, I go to the meetings at school. They have meetings at 9 o'clock in the morning for a coffee with the principal. Who can go at 9 o'clock in the morning? Who can go in the evening when they work 2 jobs? We started a program at Western Outreach Program. And unfortunately, I got sick. I got cancer 9 months ago, so it stopped. Thank God I got rid of the cancer, but then I had knee surgery, so I'm almost back to normal. Anyway, since I only have 3 minutes, I want to summarize that we have a problem in education, and my organization is going to step to the plate to make this a public issue where every politician, regardless, needs to put this number 1 on the plate. People of color are being hurt the most, and here's a real quick summary. Just have a few seconds. When a nation cannot read or write, it faces severe systemic consequences, including economic stagnation, entrenched poverty, and weakened civic participation. More people do not vote than vote because they don't know what they're reading. They don't understand.
Thank you, Ron. Your time's
Let's fix
expired.
this thing. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Rudy Kraus, and on deck is Dr. Maria Rowell.
Hi. Last time I was here, you guys insulted me first. Then you claimed I insulted you. You're insulting yourself because you have a lack of comprehension about the geopolitical situation that's going on in the world. I suggest you watch the movie Citizen Vigilante, and then you'll see what all of Europe is suffering from with the Muslim takeover of all of Europe. They have 57 countries now. They're going to have the 44 European countries too. Did you see, oh, I'll tie it to education. You say multiculturalism is our greatest strength. Diversity is our greatest strength. That is a damn lie. Unity around guiding principles that we all agree in, that is our greatest strength. You cannot accept people that come from diverse cultures that do not believe in the principles of the United States. And I'm talking about the Muslims. That's all I'm talking about. They believe in rape culture, pedophilia. They've raped all of Europe. The Murdoch report just came out last week.
How is this about
250,000
education?
white British girls were raped by Muslim rape gangs. So, is
multiculturalism
our greatest strength?
All right.
It's not hate. You're speaking hate.
Rudy, you need to direct your comments to the board.
I'm not speaking hate. I'm speaking love
All
for
right.
morals, values, and standards.
Rudy, your comments need to be directed to the board.
I did.
Okay.
Oh, okay. That was appropriate.
All right.
And I suggest you see Citizen Vigilante, because all of Europe is in turmoil now. Did you see the beheadings in Belfast? Ireland is burning and running out the Muslims.
How does that have to do with
Because as soon as I said multiculturalism, and they believe that multiculturalism is our greatest strength, it is not. Unity is our greatest strength around common principles and values like the Constitution of the United States. Now, am I talking to you and explaining to you or explaining to them?
Keep it appropriate.
I am. Oh, you're killing my time now. I want 10 seconds back for that. I should be 20 seconds. You took 1 minute and 20 seconds from me last time with your defamation of character. It's like I can talk to a bum on a bench and they comprehend. Thank you.
Okay.
Did I get the,
All right,
do I
Rudy,
get the 20 seconds
that's
back?
no, Rudy, that's enough. Maria Rao, you are up, and a
Thank
lady
you.
named Catherine is next.
Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Maria Rao, founding principal of Magnolia Science Academy, Orange County, Anaheim, and it is truly an honor to be here tonight. On behalf of Magnolia Public Schools and our Orange County charter leaders and our entire charter community, I would like to extend a heartfelt congratulations to Dr. Lisa Sparks and to Mary Barkey. We also want to congratulate Dr. Stefan Bean, with his continued leadership as our OC Superintendent of Schools. Your dedication to serving students, supporting educators, and championing excellence in education has made a lasting impact across Orange County. Your leadership provides stability, vision, and hope for the future of public education, and we are grateful for your continued commitment to every child and every family. This celebration is especially meaningful to me, not only as an educational leader, but also as a parent raising my own family here in Orange County. Knowing our children are supported by leaders who are deeply committed to the educational excellence gives families like mine confidence in our future. Congratulations and in this incredible achievement, and we look forward to all of your continuing in serving our, all of the students across Orange County. Thank you for your leadership, your service, and unwavering commitment to this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. Catherine is up, and Marcia Garton is on deck.
Good evening. Tonight, I want to speak about something that has been weighing heavily on my heart. Recently, a Connections teacher reached out to me after suffering a serious injury at work. The injury was severe enough that she required major surgery. As someone recovering from a workplace injury, she should have been able to focus on healing. Instead, she shared that she feels harassed rather than supported during one of the most difficult times in her life. As association president, hearing that was heartbreaking. Our Connection teachers serve some of the most vulnerable and complex students in our program. Every day, they walk into the classroom prepared to support students with significant emotional, behavior, academic needs. They build trust with students who often struggle to trust adults. They de-escalate difficult situations, create safe learning environment under incredibly challenging circumstances. This work is not easy. It requires extraordinary patience, compassion, and resilience, and it truly takes people with hearts of gold to do the work every single day. This is why I struggle to understand why educators who dedicate themselves to this work would feel unsupported when they're injured while serving our students. When an employee is hurt on the job, the response should be compassion, understanding, and support. Educators should never feel that they're being questioned, intimidated, or made to feel like they've done something wrong simply because they were injured while doing their job. I know there are two sides to every situation. My purpose tonight is not to assign blame. My purpose is to ask us to reflect on the culture we're creating. Do our employees feel valued? Do they feel safe asking for help? Do they believe the department will stand beside them when they need support the most? These are important questions because the way we treat our employees shape the culture of our organization. Our educators give so much of themselves and to our students. They deserve to know that the department values them not only when everything goes well and they show up to go to work every day, even when it's difficult, but especially during life's most difficult moments. My hope is simple. I hope our Connections teachers and all employees receive the compassion and respect and the support they deserve from administration. When educators feel supported, they are better able to support our students. And ultimately, that benefits everyone. So I'm going to ask the board and the department to continue building a culture where empathy replaces fear, support replaces intimidation, and every employee knows they're valued as people, not just as workers. Thank you.
Okay, the last public comment tonight is Marcia Garton.
Good evening. My name is Marcia Garton. I work for the Orange County Department of Ed, the Access Division, and I want to congratulate everyone in their new posts. It's so nice to see so many supporters of education and public education. I want to speak about a very simple issue, honoring the contract that both parties negotiated and agreed to. Our association agreed to a 2-year contract that contains the following salary language, quote, effective July 1st, 2026, the salary schedule will be increased by the state-funded COLA for the 2026-27 fiscal year. Those words are clear. They do not distinguish between different categories of COLA, nor do they exclude certain portions of state funding. The agreement simply states that our salary schedule will be increased by the state-funded COLA. The department's position is that teachers should receive only a 2.87% statutory COLA, and that the additional 1.44% sometimes referred to as a super COLA does not count. But that's not what our contract says. Our contract does not say statutory COLA, it says state-funded COLA. If the state provides additional COLA funding to school districts regardless of the label attached to it, then that funding falls within the plain language of the agreement. This isn't about percentages. It's about honoring negotiated agreements and respecting the collective bargaining process. I'd like everyone to consider this question. Suppose the situation was reversed. Imagine that the statutory COLA was 3%, but the state only funded 2.5%. Does anyone believe the department would voluntarily increase our salaries by the extra 0.5%? I don't think so. The department would almost certainly say we're only paying what the state funded because that's what the contract requires. If that's the principle when funding is lower, then the same principle should apply when funding is higher. Contracts should not be interpreted in one way when it benefits the employer and another way, oh, sorry, I lost my place. Another way when it benefits employees. The language should be applied consistently and fairly. Our educators negotiate in good faith. We reach an agreement in good faith, and we expect the agreement to be honored in good faith. We're not asking for anything beyond that was negotiated. We're simply asking the department to follow the plain language of the contract and provide the state-funded COLA as promised. We respectfully ask that the board ensure that the agreement is implemented as written and the integrity of the bargaining process is upheld. We thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Thank you for those comments. We will proceed now to the consent calendar. Items 10 through 17 on the consent calendar. Would any member of the board like to remove any item from the consent calendar for further discussion? Would any member of the public like to remove any item from the consent calendar for further discussion? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Dr. Sparks, seconded by Trustee Barkey. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 5-0. We'll proceed to item number 18, charter submissions. Renee, are there any charter submissions at this meeting?
Yes, we do.
Do tell.
We just received it on this afternoon. So we have a school request an expedited review in order to move forward with the purchase of property. It's Orange Springs Charter has material revision. And so we put the binders back there for you today. So their public hearing will be on August 5th and board action on September 2nd.
August 5th, September 2nd. Thank you. That was it. So we will proceed to item number 19, charter school public hearing. The one, the only Araceli Chastain, come into the microphone.
President Shaw, trustees, and Superintendent Bean. Today, the board will hold a hearing to consider public input regarding the charter petition appeal submitted by Excel Academy Charter School in Irvine. After denial by the Irvine Unified School District Governing Board, the charter school proposes to operate a non-classroom-based program serving students in TK through grade 12 for an initial 5-year charter term from 2026 to 2031. Before public comments, representatives from Excel Academy Irvine and representatives from Irvine USD are each allotted 15 minutes to address the board. I now call the Excel Academy Irvine representatives to the podium.
Good evening, President Shaw, congratulations, and trustees of the board, Superintendent Dr. Bean, and district staff. My name is Heidi Gaska, and I have the privilege of serving as the superintendent of Excel Academy Charter Schools. I've been raised my entire life in Orange County, and I'm proud to have received my teaching credential at UCI, a master's in education at Concordia, and starting my teaching career in classrooms throughout Irvine and Capistrano Unified School Districts. We're grateful for the opportunity to be here tonight to highlight Excel Academy, our petition appeal, and to discuss how we believe Excel Academy can contribute positively to families throughout Orange County. With us this evening are members of my leadership team, teachers, parents, and students. They're here because they believe in the educational partnership that Excel Academy provides and the opportunities it has created for their children. If you're part of the Excel Academy team or an Excel parent or student who is here tonight, would you please stand? Thank you. These individuals represent the heart of our school and the reason we're here tonight. We appreciate the opportunity to share with you not only what Excel Academy does, but why we believe our charter school can complement the outstanding educational opportunities by providing high quality public education for families who benefit from a personalized learning environment. We would be honored to partner with the Orange County Department of Education in serving students, and we respectfully ask for your support in bringing this opportunity to our families who are seeking it. Thank you again for allowing us to present, and now I will begin my presentation. Am I clicking? This is just a brief overview of my leadership team. We are fiercely dedicated to education, and we all hold California credentials in administrative services, special education, general education, business, and human resources. And they're here tonight, a few of them, to present the following recurring slides that will come. The next slide describes our mission and vision. Our mission was voted on by all of our educational stakeholders, and it encapsulates our why and our purpose for daily operations. At Excel Academy, our mission is to invest in each student by providing a personalized and engaging learning experience centered on a collaborative partnership between the school and the home. It is through this that we proudly create unmatched opportunities for academic success and future achievement. Our vision is represented using the acronym CHOICE to direct our focus and inspire our future goals. I'm very proud to say that we've been recognized by U.S. News and World Report as the best high school. We are a member of the ERP Honor Roll. We're WASC accredited, and we earned the highly respected honor of being named a California Distinguished School. Our board of directors are made up entirely of educators representing 232 years of experience in education. Their wealth of knowledge and diverse perspectives provide unparalleled support across all departments at Excel Academy. They are passionate about academic excellence and invested in our students' well-being and respected by all educational stakeholders. I would now like to introduce our Director of Education, Heather Frentz.
Hey, good evening, everyone. As the Director of Education, I'd like to share how we support and monitor instruction across our two pathways, the personalized learning pathway and the virtual learning pathway. In our personalized pathway, parents and caregivers work closely with our credentialed teachers to provide daily instruction, guidance, and ongoing progress monitoring. This collaborative approach ensures students meet rigorous academic standards and receive the individualized support they need to be successful. In our virtual pathway, students log in each day for live instruction and individualized support from our teachers. And across both pathways, we maintain very high expectations, strong accountability, and a shared commitment to helping every student succeed. I'm going to just briefly touch on our staffing. As Heidi mentioned, we're proud to serve students with a very highly qualified team of 124 credentialed educators and 21 classified professionals. Our staff hold a broad range of credentials, including 72 multiple subject, 40 single subject, 13 admin credentials, 12 special ed education specialist credentials, and 10 PPS credentials. These are carefully vetted to meet California Commission on Teacher Credentialing standards. Through ongoing compliance monitoring, we are happy to report 0 misassignments in our most recent TAMO cycle, demonstrating our commitment to excellence, accountability, and student success. We serve a wide variety of students across Orange County. We believe deeply in the strength of public educations and that families deserve to have access to high quality public school options that meet the diverse needs of their students, while also upholding rigorous academic standards and strong accountability. This includes students who benefit from flexible schedules. They're pursuing athletics, arts, other passions. They maybe prefer a quieter environment to learn, a more individualized approach to their education. Maybe they want to accelerate quicker, or they're seeking a fresh start after facing challenges at their traditional school. Here's just a small sampling of some of our amazing students. We're highlighting some of our student athletes, but we've got surfers, competitive swimmers, wrestlers, skateboarders, and I think you're going to be able to hear from one of our ice skaters tonight too. But these are just some of the amazing students we get to serve, and they're our why. We want to allow them to pursue their passions and interests and strengths. I would like to play a quick video clip. At Excel Academy, we provide, I'm sorry, just one more second. We're proud to serve students with special needs. And I'm going to play this clip. One of our students named Blake, he was diagnosed with autism at 18 months old, and his parents thought he could possibly remain nonverbal his entire life. And after extensive speech therapy, he said his first words when he was 5 years old, and he continues to just keep growing and thriving. So I'm not sure how to.
I am Blake.
Thank you.
I'm going on Zoo for ELA and math. I also have biology, music appreciation, keyboarding, and PE classes. My teachers help me, and they tell me good job. Math is my favorite subject. We are learning about equations. I have fun with my friends in speech, and Mr. Josh does fun games. I like typing with Mrs. Elaine Tang. For OT, I write my letters on my lines. I'm so happy in the Excel Academy. After Excel Academy, I hope to get a job in data and trading.
So he is a beautiful example of a student that we just love to serve and hope to continue. Quick enrollment slide. We service students in every school district in Orange County. You can see on the left our 25-26 enrollment by grade band. This is just our Orange County population, and then our projected enrollment for next year, which shows growth in every single grade band. And then just want to briefly touch on our special programs. So obviously, we provide targeted support. We have a strong foundation in early literacy. We use research-based reading instruction, universal screenings, targeted support through our MTSS program, which we call WIN, What I Need, and that every student is assessed for what holes and gaps they might have, and then we make a customized plan for each individual student to help fill those gaps. We also believe that students should have opportunities to grow beyond core curriculum, and that's why we have a very thriving, strong GATE program. And we have monthly STEM and design challenges, which provides hands-on enrichment for our students and gives them opportunities to collaborate and engage with their peers. And briefly, just touching on our special ed team, some who are here tonight, we have our own in-house speech pathologists, psychologists, occupational therapists that provide these services aligned to their IEP. And we also have our own live synchronous TK through 12 instructional classes for them so that they can build their peer interactions and practice their skills in that small group. And I'm turning it over to Jenny Craig for a little bit more.
Hi there, I'm Jenny Craig, the Director of Compliance and Special Programs. I want to share with you some of our assessment data and results. The iReady Diagnostic Benchmark Assessment in ELA and Math are the approved local assessments Excel Academy uses to monitor student growth, identify students needing additional support and interventions, and aid in goal setting. Recent iReady results show strong student growth in ELA and mathematics, with 78% of students at or above grade level in reading, reflecting a 17% increase from the fall. In math, 71% of students are at or above grade level, showing a 24% growth from fall to spring. The significant academic growth we are seeing on iReady has a direct correlation to the CASP scores that we see as well. Historically, 84.1% of students who meet mid or above standards on the spring iReady ELA assessment go on to meet or exceed standards on the CASP. In math, a similar pattern is observed with 83% of students showing comparable proficiency outcomes. As you can see outlined on this particular slide, you can see the growth that our students are making as English learners, socioeconomically disadvantaged, and students with disabilities. Oops, I think I went backwards. All right. In addition, I want to go over the 2025 California dashboard data that shows strong positive performance trends across key indicators with significant gains in mathematics, college and career readiness, graduation rate, and chronic absenteeism, while maintaining strong performance in English language arts. With Excel Academy, we increased 3.6 distance from standard from 2024, maintain a green status, and increase the number of student test takers with no student groups performing in red. Subgroup performance reflected continued growth in ELA among several student groups, including socioeconomically disadvantaged, Asian students, English learners, and 2 or more race students. In mathematics, Excel Academy demonstrated exceptional growth, increasing overall performance by 18.7 DFS points and moving from green to blue, with no student groups performing in red or orange. Significant subgroup improvements included in socioeconomically disadvantaged students, students with IEPs, white students, Asian students, 2 or more race students, English learners, and Hispanic students. Beyond academics, Excel Academy showed continued strength in additional state indicators, including a 17.5% increase in college and career readiness, 7.9% increase in graduation rate, and stable chronic absenteeism with movement from green to blue. Additionally, Warner maintained a 0% suspension rate and continued performing in blue status. Lastly, with the assessments, we pride ourselves on student participation in the completion of the CASP assessments. We exceeded the state requirement with 97% participation. Our ongoing goal is to ensure 100% participation on all assessments. Based on the overall CASP data and the percentage of students meeting or exceeding grade level expectations, Excel Academy saw 13% growth in math with students meeting or exceeding standards, 11% of growth in ELA for our English learner students, 9% growth in math for our students with IEPs, 6% growth in ELA for our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, and 5% growth in math for our English learners. We attribute the progress to ongoing goal setting, teacher support and guidance, interventions, and ensuring that every student has access to equity-based curriculum and instruction. I'm going to pass this to Joe, who's our CBO. Whoops. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Good evening. As the CBO, I would like to walk through the high-level budget assumptions in our petition. The LCFF COLA we have used came from the governor's budget, as well as the School Services of California projections for future years. Our attendance rate, as you can see, is 98%, which is slightly lower than the historical average at our school. We projected enrollment at a conservative 3% increase year over year, starting at 300 students. This is significantly lower than our growth over the past couple of years of 14% and 8% respectively. Moving to our expenditures, we include 19.1% in CalSTRS, the same as brick and mortar schools. Our salaries, step and column increases 3% every single year, and we have an average of 25:1 student to teacher ratio. To temporarily fund the school until LCFF funds are received, we plan to borrow $1 million from our schools. Using these budget assumptions, here is our multi-year projections. In blue are the revenues, the black are the expenditures, and the gray bars are the reserves. I would like to highlight that even with our conservative budgeting, we are consistently operating within our means and growing reserves to $1.2 million in 3 years to safeguard against any economic uncertainties. Our next slide highlights our exceptional track record over the past 6 years of financial audits. We have received a clean audit, and this is the highest an auditor can give to any school. Moving to our next slide, I would like to discuss how Excel Academy protects our work. We approach risk management proactively, partnering with a leading market broker.
I'm afraid your time's up. You're on a roll. You're doing really good.
One little sentence.
I'll tell you what, I mean, we have this here, and we'll be asking you questions. Is that okay?
No problem.
So, despite the fact you were on a roll, we're going to call it quits there.
The hearing is now open for 15 minutes of public comment.
Trustee sorry, first you need to have Irvine.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, I now call Irvine Unified School District representatives to the podium.
Good evening, Board President Shaw, trustees, Superintendent Bean, and staff. I'm Cassie Parham, Superintendent of the Irvine Unified School District. We appreciate the opportunity to speak with you about the Excel Academy Charter and to share why our Board of Education, after examining Excel's petition, programs, and achievement of students in their existing schools, chose to deny it. AB 1505 reflected the legislature's determination that charter authorization decisions should be made through careful, evidence-based, local review. We have a trustee here this evening, Connie Stone, who will attest to the scope of our review and echo the concerns found in the petition. Education Code now requires the boards consider whether the charter program is consistent with sound educational practice. The students in Excel Academy are performing well below the students in our virtual academy. Meeting the minimum legal standard should not be the standard for approval. As stewards of taxpayer dollars, we are tasked with ensuring that every program, every approach delivers the greatest possible value to students and families. The law requires us to consider whether the charter would unnecessarily duplicate existing services. It will. Irvine Unified provides high-quality, comprehensive alternatives that reflect the standard of excellence our community expects. Stan Macheski, our Assistant Superintendent of Education Services, will address these points. Finally, the law directs us to examine the fiscal impact. John Fogarty, our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, will speak to the dollars that could be redirected to schools that, again, have failed to demonstrate the kind of success realized in Irvine schools. The legislature strengthened oversight of non-classroom-based charters because California has experienced significant cases of fiscal mismanagement and waste in this sector. That history matters. When a charter markets large cash allotments and free Chromebooks to families, those practices deserve careful scrutiny, not because they're necessarily unlawful, but because they underscore why the legislature demanded greater oversight. Trustee Stone.
Good evening, President Shaw, Trustee Superintendent Bain. My name is Connie Stone, and I am a school board trustee in Irvine Unified. I've spent more than 20 years serving as a community and PTA leader, including past president of several school site PTAs, president of all Irvine PTAs as council president, executive vice president for Orange County PTA, and vice president of education for Orange County PTA. I also served as chair for our successful facilities bond measure in 2016, 10 years ago. As someone who has spent many years advocating for students and families, I firmly believe that parents deserve meaningful educational choices. Strong public schools and outstanding charter schools both have an important place in California's educational system, but choice by itself cannot be the only standard. Parents also deserve confidence that every publicly funded school has demonstrated the capacity to provide an exceptional educational experience and to responsibly steward those taxpayer dollars. That responsibility rests with all of us who have the privilege of serving as an elected office. And that is why I took this petition so seriously. After months of careful review, I concluded that this petition did not demonstrate that it would provide educational opportunities or outcomes beyond the exceptional programs already available to Irvine families. Irvine Unified is consistently recognized as one of California's highest performing public school districts. We already provide families with outstanding traditional, alternative, and virtual learning opportunities. Before public resources are redirected away from those programs, I believe the burden should be on the petitioner to clearly demonstrate added educational value. I would also ask this board to reflect on how its appellate authority is being exercised. The legislature strengthened local charter review through AB 1505 because it recognized that locally elected governing boards are best positioned to evaluate whether a charter school is an appropriate fit for our communities they serve. County review was intended to provide an important safeguard, not to routinely replace the judgment of local boards that have already conducted thorough evidence-based reviews. The public data raise important questions. The LA County of Education, serving more than 1.27 million students, has approved 26 charter schools. The Orange County Board of Education, with serving 430,000 students, has approved 32. Relative to student enrollment, this board has approved charter schools at nearly 4 times the rate of LA County. Orange County is home to some of California's highest performing school districts. If there's any place where the careful judgment of locally elected boards should receive meaningful deference, it's here. As you know, the board's governance and charter oversight practices are currently the subject of a California State Auditor review. That makes today's decision especially significant, not because this petition should be viewed any differently than any other petition, but because it offers another opportunity to demonstrate that local review matters. Evidence matters, and the thoughtful work of locally elected governing boards deserves meaningful weight. I respectfully ask that you work shoulder to shoulder with us to support Orange County boards as we vet and provide the best educational choices for our kiddos and parents. Our kids and parents do not get a do-over for their 6th grader or 10th grader if they find that their kiddo's academic achievement is not what they had hoped, or if they're not truly college and career ready. Limited educational funding does not allow us the luxury to support every single option in front of us. We must support only the best choices for our parents and students. I respectfully ask that you support Irvine Unified's decision in denying this petition, or at least table your decision while you determine what metrics might be incorporated that can support offering the very best to our kids and families. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. As Cassie mentioned, I'm Stan Macheski, Assistant Superintendent Education Services. And before we share a review of some comparative performance data and concerns with Excel's instructional methodology, I'd like to reiterate that parents currently have a choice of acclaimed virtual programs within Irvine Unified, including synchronous, asynchronous, blended, and independent study models. In fact, our IUSD Virtual Academy Elementary was named Best Virtual School by Parenting OC Magazine in September of last year. In order for an equitable comparison, we reviewed publicly available state data from Excel, Warner, that it's their highest performing school, and compared that to our virtual academy, focusing on proficiency levels, students performing above proficiency standard, student growth, and college and career readiness. IUSD's virtual programs outperform Warner's by every metric. For example, 19% more IUSD students are proficient in ELA and 9% more in math. When compared to minimum proficiency, IUSD students on average score 82 points higher in ELA and 45 points higher in math when compared to Excel. In looking at how many students made growth from one year to the next, 14% more IUSD students improved in ELA and 11% more in math compared to Warner. Warner has 51% of their students prepared for college and career, and our virtual program has 73% prepared. With respect to instructional methodology, we questioned the lack of specificity regarding instructional practices, and in their rebuttal, Excel argued that they provided extensive details regarding instructional practices. What we saw was a list of tools, vendors, and software, not instructional approaches. Without direct reference to specific strategies students need in order to acquire the necessary academic skills, we have no idea what instruction will look like within these programs. What we do know is what instruction looks like in our program. At the elementary level, we offer parents choice in program options. Our coordinator personally speaks with each family member during the enrollment process to assist parents in deciding if they prefer a synchronous or an asynchronous model. In our synchronous program, there is daily online interaction with a credentialed teacher. In our asynchronous model, there are daily opportunities to check in with peers and their teacher, and we have embedded weekly time with the teacher. In both models, students have the option of learning from IUSD's celebrated arts education and science specialists. Attending to mental health and wellness is also central to our approach. Both elementary programs are directly connected to a brick and mortar school, College Park, and have sister relationship with that school for extracurricular activities and events, family connections through PTA. In addition, we have embedded wellness lessons and activities into our weekly schedules along with student leadership and club opportunities, allowing for attention to the whole child. At our secondary level, we offer flexibility, customization, and choice with scheduling options that accommodate extracurricular passions, work commitments, and unique family needs. We offer multiple models, synchronous, asynchronous, or a blended mix of instruction to match each student's learning style. In addition, we offer a dual enrollment option which allows students to seamlessly blend their independent study with select courses or activities at their comprehensive neighborhood high schools. We provide comprehensive mental health support, including school counselors, mental health specialists, and overall wellness programs. So in conclusion, because of the significant discrepancies in these academic performances between students in Excel and IVA, and what we perceive a lack of coherent instructional programming evidenced by their petition, we do not believe Excel will serve our students and families to the standards we uphold in IUSD. And we do have concern that the incentives they are offering could unfortunately encourage families to enroll their children in a program that compromises their long-term academic success.
Good evening. I am John Fogarty. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Business and the CFO for the Irvine Unified School District. Assembly Bill 1505 allows charter authorizers to consider, when reviewing a petition for a new charter school, how the charter school would financially affect the community and the neighborhood schools. For the first time, the Irvine Unified School District experienced a decline in student enrollment for the 2025-26 school year. The District Board of Education approved the district's 2026-27 budget on June 23rd, and currently the district is projecting further declines in student enrollment through 28-29 and has appropriately accounted for this loss in revenue. What is not included in the district's budget is an additional loss of students due to the approval of the Excel Academy. Based on their proposal, Excel has indicated that they project student enrollment of 300 in 2026-27, growing to a maximum of 348 students, producing a potential loss in revenue of approximately $3.7 million to $4.3 million for the district. While we are currently unaware how many of these students will come from Irvine, we know there will be some loss. If this charter is approved and IUSD were to lose students, this would directly impact the district's ADA and further exacerbate the district's loss in student enrollment and may have significant impact on the district's finances. For these reasons, I would encourage you to take the district's fiscal concerns into consideration while making your decision. Thank you for your time and consideration.
We know that there are exceptional charter schools that serve as hubs of innovation. And just as there are traditional public schools that are underserving students, there are charter schools doing the same. Only unfortunately, as we have seen, the profit motive can be particularly corrosive. And there are schools that have deceived their families by cherry-picking their data, sold their programs by promising kickbacks to parents and providing them, and ultimately derailing the learning trajectories of their students. These students and families, as Trustee Stone said, don't get a do-over. Trying to overcome the learning loss can take years. When you see attrition in program and scores drop over time, as you do with Excel, it should give you pause. I would hope that the significant instructional allocations that Excel is promising families and the vendors who provide services are accompanied by the highest levels of fiscal accountability and transparency. California's experience with non-classroom-based charter schools, including the A3 scandal, which fueled the temporary moratorium, demonstrates why the legislature imposed additional safeguards and scrutiny for this sector. Those reforms reflect a single principle. When public funds are distributed outside the traditional classroom, rigorous oversight is essential. Every decision to authorize a charter school affects more than one petitioner. It affects the students, families, and neighborhood schools that share those same public resources. Respectfully, I ask that you honor both the intent of AB 1505 and the careful findings of our locally elected board by upholding our decision. Thank you.
The hearing is now open for 15 minutes of public comment. Trustee Valdez, please call for the first speaker.
1 minute each.
So probably just 1 minute each because we have only 15 minutes for this part of it, and there's about 12.
We have 12 and 15 minutes, so
1 minute each.
1 minute each. All right. Jeff Rice is the first speaker. Joshua H. is on deck.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. My name is Jeff Rice, founder and director of A+. We are a statewide membership association and movement whose mission is to advance flex-based personalized learning and to provide support services to school members who are mission aligned. I have had the honor and joy of working with Superintendent Heidi Gaska and her leadership team for a full decade. Throughout the past decade, Excel Academy has been a member of A+ in excellent standing, attesting to their unwavering commitment to high standards of integrity, accountability, academic excellence, and compliance. Such consistent commitment to high standards of program operation and practice over an entire decade clearly demonstrates Excel Academy's proven track record of operational success and sustainability over time. You've already heard about their being awarded California Distinguished Schools, Education Results Partnership Honor Roll. We've also given them awards, and such consistent commitment to those high standards, again, warrants your approval of theirs, and I ask you for their support as
Joshua H. is up. And Michael Perea is on deck.
Good evening, President Barkey, trustees of the board, and district staff. My name is Joshua Herrera. I am a student athlete with Excel Academy Charter School. I'm going into my senior year of high school. My father is a retired Army combat wounded veteran, and my mother is his legal caregiver. I have 5 siblings, one of whom has already graduated with Excel, and 3 who are currently attending with me. We would like to thank you for your time and attention to this matter. As a student athlete who has experienced both a traditional and an independent classroom, I have found myself much more efficient and productive with the independent model. Through Excel, I have been fortunate enough to receive more opportunities than most. I have nearly 45 hours in a Piper PA-28. I play multiple instruments, including piano, guitar, and drums, all while sharing my time, skill sets, and experiences with others. I have maintained a 4.0 GPA while playing at one of the highest levels of hockey for my age group for the last 12 years. Time management, discipline, and balance through my youth have allowed me the opportunity to both network and meet amazing people while sharing the experiences life has offered me through my travels in and out of the state.
Okay, Joshua, thank you. Michael Perea is up, and Audrey Gong is on deck.
Hello, my name is Michael Perea. I'm here tonight with my family. My wife, Michelle, and I are parents of 2 children, Emily and Evan, who have attended Excel Academy Charter School for the last 6 years. I wanted to share how personalized education has made a meaningful difference in our family's life while respecting our values and pushing us academically. My first example is our son. When he started at Excel, he had an existing IEP for speech services. Excel Academy worked closely with us to provide the support he needed. And because of this flexibility of the independent study program, we were able to reinforce those skills with him every day at home. That dedicated partnership between the school and our family made a tremendous difference in his success. After 2 years of hard work, he no longer needed speech services. He learned to really love to read and write and received above average scores in his recent state testing. Watching him gain confidence in his communication skills has been one of the proudest moments in our lives. I encourage you to approve Excel's appeal. Thank you.
Okay, Audrey Gong is on deck, and Radine M. Miraz.
Good evening, President Shaw and the Board of Trustees. My name is Audrey, and I'm a student of Excel Academy. I've been here for 3 years, and I live in Irvine. Today, I'm here to support my school because I think it deserves more people to know about. Today, I have 3 reasons why you should approve Excel Academy as an Orange County charter school. First, Excel Academy's learning schedule is very flexible, so it can help me develop excellence in both academics and my passion figure skating. I have clear schedules for both schoolwork and figure skating, so I can make them work together perfectly. Second, I love all the events. One of my favorites is the spelling bee. Before I came to Excel Academy, I was always jealous of my brother because his school had spelling bees and mine didn't. Now I get to participate every time. Another event I really liked was Entrepreneur Day, where students...
All right. Thank you, Audrey. I think you definitely stole the show with that one. I would not want to be the person following her. Raydeen M. Miraz. And let's see, Sophia Haramu is on deck.
Good evening, President Shaw, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Bean, and all members of this August gathering. My name is Raylina Fraz, and I am a rising 7th grader. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today. I have been with Excel Academy since 1st grade, and I have had the best educational experience thus far. My teacher of record, Ms. Amy Hitzler, has been my biggest cheerleader throughout elementary school, and she has been extremely supportive and encouraging of my learning adventures. I would like to highlight how my independent learning at Excel has contributed to my achievements, and how amazing the school is at making every child of every grade level feel like it is possible to accomplish their dreams and ambitions. I'm proud to say that my 2026 CAPS testing scores were level 4 for both language arts and mathematics. Outside of school, I have 2 passions, horseback riding and golf. I recently won 2 championships in a horse competition, and it would not have been possible without my flexible schedule for training. And I'm also part of a book. Thank you.
Okay, Sophia Haramu is up with James Irett on deck.
Good evening, President Tim Shaw, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Bean. My name is Sophia Hirano. I'm a student of Excel Academy, and I reside in Huntington Beach. I want to share with you how much Excel Academy has helped me learn and grow. It has let me do many things that I most likely wouldn't be able to do if I wasn't with this school. A parent in Excel created a book club, motivating me to read, helping me meet my closest friends, and giving me time to socialize. Independent learning has helped me excel in school. I'm going into 6th grade, and I'm currently doing 11th to 12th grade reading and 9th to 10th grade math. Learning one-on-one has helped me remove distractions and focus on what's important. Excel has also helped me pursue my passions. The funds have paid for many skateboarding lessons. I am able to skate alongside Olympians and professionals. This also has given me a lot of quality time with my dad. He skateboards with me daily, and we work on tricks together. Excel also pays for my jiu-jitsu classes. I am able to learn from world champions. I have also been able to compete. This school has allowed me to enroll in my botany class, which has taught me how to grow plants,
Okay, James Averett is up, and Jane Tang is on deck.
Good evening, and thank you. My name is James Averett. I currently reside in Aliso Viejo. Previously, I've only spent 2 years in Aliso. Previously to that, we spent 24 years living in Irvine. I have two children from Excel Academy. We've been with Excel since 2016. My son Jacob just graduated in 2022 and is now at Cal State Fullerton, working on his last year of a business degree, focusing on marketing and sales. My daughter Katie is going into her senior year. She has a GPA of 4.23 and is 5th in her class of 54. She wants to study forensic science at university. She's dual enrolled at Orange Coast College thanks to the flexible schedule. My kids have always had the ability to pursue other activities outside of school other than their academic careers. Dance, theater, swimming, music, Krav Maga, horsemanship, junior Olympic archery development, scouting. Jacob obtained his Eagle Scout at age 15 at Irvine Troop 691. Thank you.
Okay, Jane Tang is up, and Dr. Jeff Kim is on deck.
Board President Shaw, trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Bean, thank you for allowing me to speak with you. My name is Jane Tang. My husband was born and raised in Orange County and graduated from University High in Irvine, and we are now raising our 2 sons in Orange County. When the time came to consider how we might best meet the educational needs of our oldest son, John, my family chose independent study. From our first introduction, Excel Academy provided clarity about education standards and school procedures, experiential knowledge about curriculum and teaching methods, a high degree of respect for California's education system, and a proven infrastructure of year-round support. The school paired us with a credentialed teacher, Mrs. Lori Taylor, who has 30+ years of teaching under her belt. With her guidance, my son and I have been incredibly well prepared in all areas of academic, social, and emotional learning. As a parent with 2 young sons growing up in one of the largest counties in the state, I hold fast to the belief that the needs of every child are unique and important. As a resident, I hope to see the Orange County Board of Education continue to innovate and serve the full spectrum of families who reside in our county. And I would be overjoyed to see Excel
Sorry,
Academy.
dear, but that is... Dr. Jeff Kim, you are up, and Katie McEwen is on deck.
Honorable Board and Dr. Stephen Bean, my name is Dr. Jeff Kim, President of the Irvine Unified School District, and also an educator in the Anaheim Union High School District for the past 24 years, and proud father of 5 Kim Sprouts. I did want to share that in our vision to provide the highest quality of education we can envision, I've been honored to work with Orange County Department of Education in many places, Avid, Distinguished Schools, Teachers of the Year, many places where Irvine teachers, Irvine education, Irvine programs are being celebrated. And it's been so honored to receive that and partner with Orange County Department of Education. We believe that the standard has not been met here, however. An excellent program already exists in Irvine Unified School District, which is why I'm respectfully asking the board for your support to uphold the decision of the Irvine Unified School District so that we can continue to do an excellent job and make you, our students, our families, and our community proud in Irvine and also beyond Irvine. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Okay, Katie McEwen is up, and April Said is on deck.
Good evening. My name is Katie McEwen, and I serve as an elected trustee on the Irvine Unified School District Board of Education. I'm also the parent of 3 IUSD graduates. I'm here not because I oppose charter schools. I don't. California law brightly provides families with educational choices, and quality charter schools can play an important role in public education. But there's one thing I encourage you to think about. One simple question tonight. What unmet educational need would this charter serve that isn't already being met for Irvine and Orange County students? IUSD already offers strong options for students seeking flexible or non-traditional learning environments. Approving a program that largely duplicates existing services does not expand opportunity. It redirects limited public education dollars away from programs already serving students successfully. Finally, I ask you to consider the importance of local governance. Our community elected us to make decisions like this because we know our students and the opportunities already available. Thank you.
Okay, April Said is up.
Sade.
Sorry.
That's okay.
And Nini Lay is on deck.
Perfect. Good evening, Orange County Board of Education. My name's April Sade, and I'm the proud elementary principal at Excel Academy, and I have the distinct honor to read a letter from our board president who was unable to attend in person tonight. Dear members of the Orange County Board of Trustees, it is my distinct honor to write to you today as the board president of Excel Academy Charter Schools. Having dedicated over 57 years to the field of education, I have served in nearly every capacity within our public school system, as a teacher, a counselor, principal, consultant, and currently as a certified core adjunct faculty member at National University. Throughout my career, I have seen many educational models, but none have impressed me more than the personalized learning program we have cultivated at Excel Academy. I have served on the board of directors for the past 11 years. During my entire tenure, I've had the privilege of working closely with our superintendent, Heidi Gaska. Our professional relationship is built on a foundation of consistent communication and a shared vision for student success. This high level of collaboration ensures that the board remains fully informed about the school's operations, academic data, and strategic goals.
Okay, Nini Lay is our last speaker.
Good evening, President Shaw, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Bean.
My name is Nini Lei, and I'm an Excel student who lives within the IUSD school district. To start off, I would like to thank you for your support of the students and families across Irvine. I deeply value strong public education and appreciate the work you do on behalf of students and families across the district. It cannot be understated how crucial Excel Academy has been to my educational journey. I intend to pursue music professionally, an interest not shared by many, yet requires a specialized learning model to support my long hours of practice, lessons, and performance. Without Excel support, it would be nearly impossible to achieve my post-high school goals of attending a conservatory and becoming a musician. However, there is no other existing public learning model in Irvine that can support my needs as suitably as Excel. Even though I'm not in a traditional classroom setting, I still place much attention and care into academic growth, thanks to my responsible teachers and online curriculum. Therefore, I respectfully ask the board to consider the impact this program has had and allow Excel to continue serving this amazing community. Thank you.
Okay, President Shaw, that is it for our public comments.
All right.
This concludes the public hearing. OCD staff recommendations, including recommended findings, will be published by July 21st, 2026, and the board will take action on August 5th. President Shaw, I now close the public hearing and return the meeting to you.
Thank you. So before I turn to my colleagues, I just want to say I've been sitting up here for about 6 years, and those are some of the best comments I've heard. Those students were outstanding. All right, who wants to take a crack first? How about Dr. Williams?
Sure. I want to thank the IUSD trustees, Connie, for coming, and then we had Jeff Kim and Katie McQuinn. Thank you for coming. Appreciate your input and your thoughts, and we'll be making a decision next month. I want to also reach out and give a high five to Sophia and Mimi Lei. You girls are so polished, smart, witty. You're the reason why we have hope for the future. So don't stop what you're doing. You're doing a great job. One quick question to the team. You're going to be borrowing $1 million, did you say? Maybe you, sir, because you're the money guy. Why don't you tell us a little bit more about that?
So just to start up the school, initially, before LCFF funds are received, we have reserves from our other partner schools, and so temporarily we would look to lend money from those schools and then look at other ways to start up funds through PCSGP grant. There's many startup funding grants that are available in order to cash flow startup schools, but our overall organization has a lot of reserves available, and so we're in a very good financial position from our other partner schools, but just as a starting point for this new school.
Right. You know, we've kind of been in this pickle before with charter schools going deep into debt initially without having the state funds coming in. So are you saying these funds are going to be coming from your reserves and whatever other state money is there? Is that what you mean by borrowing?
Initially, temporarily, but based on kind of our financial projections, we're actually operating at a projecting a net income, even with our conservative budgeting that we look to presented today. So given that, we expect it to be temporary in terms of
so will your budget have, or does your budget have, the payback for that $1 million that you're going to be borrowing?
That's correct.
It does. Okay. That's all.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Trustee Barkey?
Sure. I just have a couple simple questions. I also want to thank everyone from the district and the community and school. You were all very well-spoken, and I enjoyed listening to all the comments, especially the young ones. Those are so fun. I would hate to have followed any of you young ones. I don't know, this is a comment and a question. I have, heard a lot about how it hurts the district when a charter school comes in. But my understanding is some studies have been done by well-respected people that really it's not much of an effect on the district because most of these children are coming from a homeschool environment or a private school environment. And so does that make sense? Is that on the right track?
Yes, that's correct. And with our incoming enrollment, as well as about 80 to 90 existing Irvine kids already in our charter, as well as all districts across the county, they're already existing in our operating charters. So that's correct. They wouldn't really lose money because the students already are enrolled and have been enrolled.
Thank you. That's all I have for today.
Okay, Dr. Sparks, how about you?
Well, I think what's already been said, has been said, and I those are some of the questions that I had. In looking at your curriculum and looking at your financials, everything is super strong. I've been so impressed with what I've seen. I'm so impressed that all of you came out tonight, especially the kids, the young ones, and you guys are so well spoken. I'm so proud of you, and I just keep up the great work. I know you guys are. It's a long haul to go through these kinds of things, but I'm really impressed. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Vice President Valdez.
Okay, I have a few questions for the IUSD folks first, and then I'll get to the petitioning school. So, Madam Superintendent and the lady sitting to your left, would you come up?
Trustee Stone.
Apologies, I didn't catch it. There were so many folks talking at the same time. Madam Superintendent, you made quite a significant statement, okay? I actually took down notes and listened to the things that you said, and I want to ask you, you said that the Excel students perform well below state standards.
Well below our standards, IUSD. The comparison was between IUSD and Excel.
Okay. Please elaborate on that.
So we looked at their scores versus our scores and took actually their higher performing school and compared them to the students in our virtual academy. That's the comparison.
Okay. Share with me the numbers again.
I can ask our assistant soup to give you those numbers. We can also provide you very detailed reports if you'd like them. We've done a deep dive. We've also provided you our staff written report. You should have that.
How much? I did. I looked at all. I looked at all of that stuff, but it's a ton of information to take in 15 minutes. So sure. I'm trying to sort of boil it down. How much lower is Excel than IUSD, let's say, in ELA?
So in ELA, depending on which way you look at it, from a proficiency standpoint, 64%. We didn't take all of Excel. We took a particular school as a comparison. So we picked Warner because it was their highest performing school to compare with our virtual academy. 64% of the students were proficient in ELA at Warner, whereas 83% were proficient in our virtual academy.
Okay, so 83, 64. And what about math?
58% for Warner and 67% for a virtual academy.
Okay, was there any analysis done of the kids and whether they qualified for reduced or free lunch? What are we talking about as far as demographics?
That was holistic numbers. Those were all students. So we do have a breakdown of some of the significant subgroups, if you're interested in some of that information.
Now, the Warner School, is that compartmentalized into one particular town, or is that a countywide?
I believe it's a countywide. I'm not. They probably would know better than I would.
Right, but that's countywide numbers versus IUSD in particular, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Multiple counties.
So the Warner School.
Maybe we share mics.
Okay, so the Warner, our Warner School.
I want to explain for the public here. This matters to me, okay? Right. I represent some of the most impoverished areas of Orange County.
Right.
With all due respect to Irvine, that's not you, okay? So if if we're looking at, if we're going to try and draw numbers, the financial demographic of the students involved means a lot to me. So where is the Warner School drawing their kids from?
And also, to be fair, we know that Irvine Unified is a high-performing district. We're not arguing against that. And our Warner district serves children in San Diego, Riverside, and Orange County counties, right? So we're comparing potentially 3 counties of data set with Irvine Unified.
Right, okay. How many kids do you serve out of Santa Ana, you guys? Santa Ana, Anaheim, and Tustin in particular. Because that's my area.
That's a pretty specific number, all right. Probably.
Okay. One of you, I think I apologize. You mentioned your trustee.
Connie Stone.
You mentioned that we've approved 32 schools and LA has a lot more kids, with 1.7 and has approved 17.
1.3 million students.
Respectfully, I'm just not sure how I'm supposed to interpret that other than I know LA generally opposes charter schools and we don't. So I'm not sure why you would mention that here as a point. It seems to me like that point is not in your favor. It's it runs against the position that you're taking, but
May
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
So my position on that is we are looking for the best options for our parents, right? The best options for our students. So as you can see, our analysis has shown that this charter school is not as performing as strongly as probably could be, that it is maybe on the way to performing very well. So when you have the option to have charter schools come before you.
But if you don't take the same demographics, how can you say that? If you're not taking the same demographic of kids, then how can you say that?
What I'm saying is there's only a limited number of educational dollars available, right? So we want the best options for our kids, the very best options for our kids.
Do you not think we want that too?
I do. I know you do. I know you do. And our board and our staff has done a lot of work and dug into a lot of details to see how these schools are performing. And we don't feel like this is one of the best performing charter schools we've seen. So we're asking you to have some deference to the Irvine Unified School Board. We have done the due diligence, we've done the work. I know it seems like you maybe have some more questions as far as maybe you would like to look into a little more of the details yourself as well. So.
All right, well, Madam Superintendent, you made a very significant statement. You said that the charter schools, and I don't know if you said that about this one or maybe you said it about charters, are providing kickbacks to parents. What did you mean by that?
I would like you to look at some of the prior scandals. I think there's concerns around charters in the state to the extent that there was a moratorium placed on non-classroom based. So there is a fiduciary responsibility to hold them to a higher standard. When a charter advertises they're going to provide families $4,100 per student, I would hope that you're going to scrutinize every bit of those dollars because those are public funds. And I do want to caution you, when you look back to subgroup data, you need to look very carefully at their subgroup data. We serve many low SES students. There's a lot of misunderstandings about Irvine Unified. We're one of the lowest funded school districts in California. I think there may only be one that's lower, and that's Los Al. And there's this assumption that somehow we don't have students who are struggling. We do. Look at the subgroup data for these schools. I encourage you to dig into it, as is your responsibility, I understand. And before there's a criticism
I want to get back to the kickbacks. Are you accusing this school of kickbacks to parents?
I am characterizing some of the biggest concerns related to non-classroom based charters.
So your statement is really about classroom-based charters in general?
Non-classroom based charters.
Non-classroom based charters in general. That's really where that came from?
Yes.
Okay. Is Mr. Fogarty here?
He is.
once again, I'm not trying to quote you. I'm just, it was, you guys spoke, you know, at normal speed, but I was just taking down notes. I think you said that Irvine USD was going to lose $4.3 million with this charter?
There would be a range of 3.7 to 4.3. And how I came about that.
So 3.7 is on the low end.
Right.
Okay.
So they gave us.
Hold on, because in your same presentation, you also said you can't determine how many students are coming from IUSD. So how can you say it's 3.7?
Well, as a CFO of a school district as large as Irvine, I'm going to look at worst case scenarios and make sure that my budget can support those, right? So when they tell us that they have a range of students of 300 to 348, we take 300, we look at our blended LCFF, we discount the 300 by 95% attendance factor, and that's how you get that $3.7 million. Then we go up to the 348 gets you to 4.7. So these aren't made up. They're assumptions that they're going to generate up to 300 kids from IUSD. They didn't provide us any detail to determine how many kids are going to come from IUSD. Maybe less than that. If it's less than that, it'll be a lesser impact. But as a CFO, I got to make sure that we're prepared for worst case scenario.
Okay, so you assumed every kid was coming from IUSD when you said that?
I did.
Okay.
We didn't have any other information, guys. That's what we had, so that's what we used.
Okay. Now, the petitioning folks. Do you know how many kids in your school qualify for the reduced free lunch program?
I can get that number. Jenny, do you know that offhand? Or
You need to come to the microphone if you have a response.
Hi, we are a Title I school, so we do meet that 40% threshold that you need to be a Title I school. I don't have the exact number, but I can tell you that much.
How many kids are in all of your schools at this point?
Our total enrollment in all schools for incoming as well is about 2,205 right now.
2205. Well, but wait a minute. In your presentation, the numbers are far below that. So,
yeah,
so TK through third is 235, right? Fourth through sixth, 167.
Right. So those are in our existing network schools, and then the numbers that we have on that graph on the slides are for our Orange County students.
Okay. So how many Orange County students are there?
I can pull up the slides just a second. It's on slide. So we have our total enrollment coming up for the projected school year in TK through 3 is 235 students in Orange County. In 4 through 6 is 167. In 7th and 8th is 116. And in 9 through 12th is 125.
Okay, so that's projected, right? As a percentage, how many are coming from IUSD?
So we have about 80 students from IUSD.
So 80, that's what you project?
That's what's currently enrolled and existing, yeah. Okay. Like completed applications for next year.
So what is that, like 1/5?
I'd have to do the numbers. The total, like, numbers of Orange County, all the graphs I just read per grade level, and then divided by 8, like the 80 existing Irvine. Yeah, I'd have to add all those up. So we have about 80 existing Irvine, and then but it would be like 235 plus 167. Yeah, I can add those numbers up. Plus 167, what's the other one?
116, 125.
So we have about 643 kids in Orange County, and about 80 of them reside in Irvine.
Okay, so
about 12%.
12%? Okay. 12 to
I love that we're
15%.
not the numbers people, but we're
Of that 80, how many came from a homeschool program? How many? Essentially, what I'm trying to ask is how many would not go to IUSD anyway because they have a different preference.
Yeah, that would be all 80. They're already enrolled from IUSD.
Okay.
They chose us either in the last year or in the last 10 years. They've been with us for some time.
Okay. I did have a concern with one of your slides. The slide that says choice, the acronym choice, and then for the E, it says education, equity, enjoyment, exploration, and empowerment. What do you mean by equity? When I see that word, that's a red flag for me.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I just think it's really critical that we look at each student achievement, and sometimes some of our students come in, often if they come in from the brick and mortar, a couple grade levels behind. I think equity means to providing whatever it takes to get them achieving at grade level.
So that's not a racially based.
No, it's just more academic based or social emotional if we need counseling support or mental health support. It's more just getting them at grade level standards or mentally healthy.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Joe. Heidi, before you step away, I was very impressed to see your presentation on the special needs. I think sometimes some people might think charter schools, or there might be perception charter schools don't have, students with IEPs, but of course that's not true. Do you know the percentage of your students that are on an IEP?
Yeah, we're about 11%.
Okay.
Yeah, we take very careful consideration in making sure that we can meet the needs of our students, and we are the very first non-classroom based that have group classes for our IEP students as well, and all in-house staff, which is a critical piece in providing special education services, is that you have control over the assessment and the services provided, which we have all internal special education staff.
Terrific. I wondered if I could ask the IUSD folks, I'm glad you brought up the enrollment, and of course, most of our districts are in the declining enrollment situation. Could you give me more data on that? Do you have that off the top of your head?
I'll let John speak to it specifically. We've experienced our first year-to-year decline.
Right. So as I mentioned, this was the first year after several years of growth, multiple years of growth in Irvine. This year we declined by 273 students. In the budget for 26-27, we are anticipating a further decline of 420 students, and then in 27-28, an additional decline of 513 students. So we have peaked out. Anybody who lives in Irvine or is near Irvine knows the explosion of homes that we've had since 2009-10. That build-out has occurred. So now when we look at our demographics and we look at the kindergarten, we start with our kindergarten base, and that becomes our cohort that we move through. Those are what we're looking at for declines in the future.
Do you know, can you express that in terms of your, like a percentage? Are you going to be down 3%, 5%, 8%? I don't know how many students are, that might be a tough math question, but.
So we were at, what, 38,000 kids? So what's 500 divided by 38,000? I want to do it in my head. Maybe 2%, 2 or 3%.
All right, so 513 divided by
38,000.
38,000.
It's a good ballpark for us.
Okay, so it's about 1.3%.
1.4.
Right, yeah.
1.4. Okay. Very good. Let's see. What else was I going to ask you guys? I don't think that's it. I think that's it for me as well. So I guess we'll see you next month, right? Yeah. Okay. So we will proceed. That was it. For that item, we'll proceed to item number 20, the charter school hearing for International School for Science and Culture. And it's item 20, right? Oh, we'll give everyone. Why don't we take a 3-minute break? A lot of people are going to come and go, so we'll come back in 3 minutes. Number 20, International School for Science and Culture. Once again, Araceli.
But regarding the material revision submitted by International School for Science and Culture, or ISAC, the school proposes to open an additional facility within the boundaries of Newport Mesa Unified School District, serving students in TK through 8th grade. Before public comments, representatives from the charter school will have 10 minutes to address the board. I now call representatives from ISAC to the podium.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Ross, members of the Orange County Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Bean, OCDE staff, and all assembled. My name is Dr. Padmini Srinivasan. I am the Executive Director of the International School for Science and Culture, or ISAC. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of our request for approval of our material revision to operate on 2 campuses. First, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to this board and the Orange County Department of Education. Your guidance has been both rigorous and encouraging. Your high expectations have challenged us, and your support has helped us to build a strong school for the children and families that we serve. We are also deeply appreciative of the Orange County Department of Education staff. Through oversight visits, the LCAP process, and countless conversations, your feedback has strengthened our programs and helped us ensure that every student receives an excellent education. ISAC has experienced steady growth because families recognize something special in our school. They value our strong academic program, our rich multicultural experiences, our project-based learning, our intentional social and emotional framework, and our commitment to differentiating instruction so that every child can succeed. As more families seek these opportunities, our enrollment has grown beyond what our current facility can comfortably support. Our proposed 2-campus model allows us to continue serving our existing students while welcoming new families who are seeking a high-quality educational option. The additional campus will provide the space needed for our expanding enrollment while allowing us to enhance age-appropriate learning environments and preserve the close-knit community that defines ISAC. Our students' academic performance continues to demonstrate that this model works. They consistently perform well above district and state averages while also developing creativity, collaboration, communication, and global citizenship. We believe that academic excellence and joyful learning belong together. I would like to close this section by sharing something that has become part of ISAC's culture. We call it the auntie effect. Every 3 or 4 weeks, our families gather on campus for student showcases. Parents, grandparents, siblings, neighbors, everyone comes, even our OC board members and staff. Our students present their research, explain their projects, perform in multiple languages, demonstrate scientific investigations, and celebrate cultures from around the world. At first, some students are nervous, but after presenting again and again before a room full of smiling aunties and uncles who encourage every effort, something remarkable happens. They begin to stand taller. Their voices become stronger. They learn to think on their feet. They answer questions with confidence. They discover that they have something valuable to contribute. That confidence cannot be measured by a test score, but it prepares them for high school, college, careers, and life. So if we can just watch that little video, that would be amazing. Can I do that? Thank you. I'm going to hand it off now. Oh, so I should also add that we have done a financial analysis very thoroughly based on conservative enrollment and revenue projections, which demonstrates that Isaac has the enrollment, fiscal capacity, and financial resources to support this expansion while maintaining strong solvency, adequate liquidity, and the long-term financial stability necessary to successfully operate 2 campuses.
Thank you, Dr. Fanmini. Hello, everyone. My name is Patricia Hirano, and I will be sharing Isaac's enrollment growth and school successes. So over the last 2 years, Isaac has grown from 107 to 144 students. For the 26-27 school year, we currently have 185 students fully enrolled, with 30 additional students in the process of completing their application. Our recruitment efforts have been really strong, and more than 60% of the families shared that they heard about Isaac through word of mouth from current families and friends. And based on surveys from prospective and current families, families are most drawn to our language programs, small class sizes, STEM education, project-based learning, strong academics, school values, and a welcoming community. Academically, our students continue to demonstrate strong outcomes, and recent state assessment data shows that about 86% of our students meet or exceeded standards in English language arts, 73% in math, and 64% in science. Our English learners are also making steady progress, with nearly 47% on average each year being reclassified as fluent English proficient. Isaac has also served 43% unduplicated students, and our subgroups data reflects strong academic outcomes. In English, 85% of our English learners, 87% of socioeconomically disadvantaged students, and 81% of students with disabilities met or exceeded grade level. And for math, 75% of socioeconomically disadvantaged students, and 45% of students with disabilities met or exceeded grade level standards. Beyond academics, Isaac has maintained a 0% suspension rate for the last 2 years, yay! And will continue to have a high attendance rates, as you can see here. And so overall, Isaac is growing in enrollment, academic achievements, family trust, and positive school cultures. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Padmini and Ms. Patricia and board members. Good evening. My name is Felipe Wahashi, and I would like to talk briefly about the recent challenges. One of Isaac's greatest accomplishments has been making the most of every inches of our campus. As our school grew, we adapted by sharing spaces, converting areas into classrooms, and creatively transforming the playground, blacktop, and other spaces into learning environments. Without a dedicated CTE lab, our staff set up and packed away equipment for every class, demonstrating incredible commitment to our students. As enrollment increased, we adjusted classroom layouts, implemented multiple lunches and recess schedules, and even held schools events like graduation in multiple sessions so every family could participate. While these solutions reflect our creativity and resilience, they also highlight the need for more space. Our second campus is more than expansion. It's an investment in providing the learning environment to our students, ensuring that they have a room and resources and continue to thriving.
Thank you, Felipe. I'm Teresa, the Director of Facilities at Isaac. Isaac's current facility can comfortably house 120 students. This is without any labs, music, and special education spaces. With 185 students enrolled and the possibility of more, we are adding a second campus to accommodate the students and to provide them with adequate space for science, career technical education, cultural performing arts, and special education needs. The second site has a CUP for 120 students and is located across the street from Newport Mesa's Early College High School. Many of our graduates attend this high school or an early college charter school such as Nova Academy. We are currently working on inspections from the Fire Marshal and Health Department, along with updating our safety plan.
After carefully evaluating our enrollment growth, the evolving needs of our students, the strengths and appropriate use of each facility, We are confident, and the leadership capacity necessary to successfully operate two campuses and our financial readiness, we are confident that Isaac is prepared for this next phase of growth. We respectfully request that the Orange County Board of Education approve this material revision to Isaac's charter, enabling us to continue providing an exceptional educational experience to even more students and families in Orange County. Thank you.
We now open the hearing for 15 minutes of public comment. Trustee Valdez, please call for the first speaker.
So we have 8 parts. 2 minutes each.
Or less.
And well, and we.
Me too works fine. Just
And
remember.
if we have translation, because I think we may have some translation, so they will get an extra minute, so they'll get 3 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Tara Paulus is up with Sharisa Singh on deck.
Good evening, President Shaw, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Bean. My name is Tara Paulus, and I'm the parent of 2 students at Isaac. I wanted to come today to show my support for the proposed charter revision. Isaac has been a wonderful school for my children. We've seen them grow not only academically, but also in their confidence and character. The teachers and staff truly care about their students, and we've always felt supported as a family. Allowing Isaac to operate at 2 locations will give more families the opportunity to experience the same positive learning environment that our children have. As the school continues to grow, I believe this revision will help maintain the quality of education while meeting the needs of more students. I respectfully ask the Orange County Board of Education to approve this material revision so Isaac can continue serving our community and helping more children succeed. Thank you for the time and consideration.
Okay, Sharisa Singh is up and Michael Mills is on deck.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to address the board. My name is Sharisa Singh, and during the day I serve as a public servant as a hydrogeologist for the United States Environmental Protection Agency. As a parent, I have seen firsthand the positive impact that the International School of Science and Culture has on the students and their families. The school's commitment to academic excellence, character development, and cultural understanding creates an environment where children are encouraged not only to succeed academically, but to also grow into compassionate, confident, and responsible members of their community. The demand for this type of education continues to grow, and many families are searching for opportunities to provide their children with a rigorous, well-rounded learning experience. Establishing a second campus would allow more students to benefit from the exceptional educational opportunities the school provides while helping to meet the needs of our growing community. What makes the International School of Science and Culture unique is its emphasis on developing the whole child. The school's focus on science, critical thinking, innovation, and cultural appreciation prepares students to thrive in an increasingly diverse and interconnected world. Equally important is a strong sense of community fostered among students, parents, teachers, and staff. Families are welcomed as partners in their children's education, creating lasting relationships that extend beyond the classroom. A second campus would not only expand access to a high-quality educational program, but would also strengthen the surrounding community. Schools have the ability to bring people together, encourage civic engagement for families to become active participants in their neighborhoods. This expansion would support local growth, provide additional educational choices for family, and continue building a culture of excellence. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Michael Mills is up and Sarah Levin is on deck.
Hello, President Shaw, distinguished board. Thank you very much for your time today. My name is Dr. Michael Mills. I received my BA at Silk University, a master's in urban planning at UC Irvine, and PhD in economics at UC Irvine. Currently, I'm an economist working in Irvine. Throughout my education, I realized that I was most engaged when I was exposed to different cultures, different ways to view problems, and when teachers devoted the time to cater the materials specifically to my interest and how I process information, which seem to be different from other kids. I currently have 2 kids that attend Isaac because the education they receive there reflects the best educators I was fortunate to have in my life. I'm extremely supportive of Isaac because of the exposure of different languages my children get to learn, project-based learning, and individualized learning experience given to each child. I can't put into words the joy my wife and I have when our home is filled with the wonderful sounds of our kids singing in Japanese, Mandarin, and Spanish. My kids were more engaged with the entrepreneur project-based learning assignment than they've ever been with any video game. Also, with an individualized curriculum, my kids have received the support to advance rapidly in certain subjects while getting to spend more time and practice and experience alternative learning approaches in other subjects. Overall, they have a much higher IQ and EQ than I did at their ages. For this, I have the utmost appreciation to the teachers and staff at Isaac for providing an exceptional educational experience for my kids and all Isaac students. Thank you.
Okay, Sarah Levin, you are up, and Eduardo Martinez is on deck.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sarah Levin. I have a daughter at Isaac Charter School. She's 7 years old. You've heard a lot of people talk and use the word community, but I really want to accentuate that we really are a community, which is, I feel, very, very unique here. The students and staff and parents are all very much connected. When we do cultural events, there's very particular attention paid to, where individual families are from, and they're encouraged to bring food, to provide events and cultural experiences for the kids. You saw the kids singing and dancing and doing plays and other things in front of, their school audience. It is so impressive to see these kids, and I'm so jealous that I didn't get to go to a school like this, where really differences are celebrated and differences are normal. And that kind of compassion in a school, I think is very special. It's truly a unique experience. Kids are also encouraged, whatever that they're interested in. My daughter's very interested in dinosaurs, so a lot of her lessons are catered to in reference to dinosaurs and other things that they're interested into. Kids are naturally curious, and the hands-on approach that they have, not just for the PBLs, the project-based learnings, which we do quarterly, that are in different subjects such as business or, the ecology. The kids, I can't even begin to describe. I would love to show more videos of how interested they are in this. Kids are natural scientists, and they come home and they're telling us all about facts. The parent involvement is also stunning. I also told you about the food experiences, the cultural experiences, but just to have us involved in that really does create a unique academic community that is very personal. I would love it if it was expanded to more kids, because that's exactly what we want. Thank you so much.
Okay, Eduardo Martinez is up, and Cristina Gonzalez is on deck.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Eduardo Martínez. Gracias por la oportunidad, toda la mesa directiva.
Good night. My name is Eduardo Martinez. Thank you to all the board members.
Bueno, yo tengo 2 niños, un estudiante en Isaac actualmente, acabó quinto y se va a sexto.
I currently have 2 kids. One is in 5th grade, just finished 5th grade, and is going into 6th grade.
Yo conocí a Isaac cuando él cursó tercero.
I knew about the school Isaac when he was in 3rd grade.
El Isaac ha sido una transición muy buena para mi estudiante William.
Isaac has been a good transition for my student William.
La filosofía de educación multicultural le vino muy bien a él.
The philosophy and the multicultural has been very good for him.
La cuestión de matemáticas, lectura, y como decía la persona anterior, en negocios, en todo lo que aprende hoy en día es muy sorprendente.
He's doing really good in math and reading, and like the person prior said, in business, it's very, very good.
Y eso es la cual la expansión que va a tener hoy con el nuevo local, eso es para ayudar a más familias con esa oportunidad que tiene mi estudiante.
And the new expansion is going to be able to reach more families to have the same opportunity as my student.
Entonces, William es muy la personalidad que está adquiriendo en cuestión de inglés, español y otros idiomas, es muy sorprendente cómo es capaz de aprenderlo y adquirirlo.
And the personality that he is developing in English and Spanish and other languages, I am impressed how he is being able to accomplish that.
Entonces, el programa educativo que está adquiriendo realmente es muy sorprendente porque tengo otro estudiante, pero ya no tuvo la oportunidad de ir a Isaac.
And I am very impressed with the program of education that they have, and I have another student, but he was not able to go to this program, Isaac.
Entonces, realmente agradecido por el apoyo hacia lo que ofrecen hacia Isaac y lo que ofrece Isaac. Y yo creo que hay muchos padres que están en esa misma situación que yo.
So I am very, very thankful for everything that Isaac offers, and I'm sure that there's many other parents that feel the same way as I do.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Christina Gonzalez is up, and Adriana, I'm going to pronounce this Tertis, is on deck.
Buenas noches a todos. Estoy representando aquí muy orgullosa a la escuela de Isaac. Max, mi hijo, venía de una escuela privada con muy malas calificaciones. La directora nos abrió las puertas. Siempre lo agradeceré porque en menos de un mes empecé a ver el progreso académico de mi hijo.
Good evening, everyone. I am proudly here tonight representing Isaac and also my son, Max. My son came from a private school, and he came with really bad grades, but the principal at Isaac opened the doors to us, and I will be forever grateful to her. And in 1 month, I was able to see a lot of academic progress in my son.
La escuela Isaac tiene a los mejores profesores. Están muy atentos a las necesidades del alumno académicamente y en sus comportamientos. Es un trabajo de maestros, alumnos y padres.
Isaac has the best teachers. They are all very attentive to the students' needs. Also their academic progress and behavioral. And this is all teamwork between the teacher, the students, and the parents.
Yo me pregunto dónde estaba cuando mi hijo empezaba preescolar, porque no sabía de Isaac. Yo hubiera escogido Isaac desde los inicios de la vida escolar de mi hijo.
And I find asking myself, where was I when my son was starting pre-K? Because I would have chosen Isaac as his first school.
100% yo recomiendo a la escuela Isaac porque académicamente mi hijo terminó con excelentes calificaciones. Ahora tiene mucho amor por la lectura, estamos en verano y él sigue practicando sus matemáticas en casa, su lectura.
So I would 100% recommend Isaac because academically he has finished the school year with excellent grades. He now loves to read, and now that we're in summer break, he's practicing his math and continuing his reading.
Muchas gracias, Isaac, por esta oportunidad.
Thank you very much, Isaac, for this opportunity.
Okay, Adriana Tertis and Viridiana Vasquez is on deck.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Adriana Frutis y soy una mamá de 2 estudiantes en Isaac.
Good evening. My name is Adriana Frutis, and I am a proud parent of 2 students at Isaac.
Hace unos años tomé la decisión de cambiar a mis hijas a la escuela de Isaac. Las tenía en un distrito en Costa Mesa.
A few years ago, I made the decision to move my daughters from a district school in Costa Mesa to Isaac.
Estoy muy agradecida por esa decisión. Desde que llegaron a Isaac, he visto un crecimiento académico y también lo felices que son aprendiendo cada día.
And I am very grateful for that decision. Since joining Isaac, I have seen my children grow academically and become happy.
Como estudiantes aprendiendo inglés, mis hijas han tenido un apoyo muy grande en Isaac.
As English learners, my daughters, they have received the strong support in the school Isaac.
Una de las cosas más que apreciamos en la educación trilingüe, que mis hijas están felices aprendiendo inglés, español, mandarín, especialmente japonés, es una oportunidad muy especial que nos ayuda a ser estudiantes curiosos y abiertos en otras culturas.
One of the things that I appreciate the most is that they are trilingual school, and my daughters are very excited learning English, Spanish, Mandarin, and especially Japanese. It is a special opportunity that has helped them become curious and open-minded students.
Estamos muy agradecidos por la comunidad de Isaac. Es un lugar donde las familias, los maestros y los estudiantes trabajan juntos.
We are very thankful for the community at Isaac. It feels like a place where families, teachers, and students work together.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Okay, Veriana Vasquez is our last comment.
Good evening, members of the Orange County Board of Education. My name is Viridiana Vasquez, and I am the parent of 2 future Isaac Lions. I previously served on the Superintendent's Advisory Council and on the School Side Council and PTA for 5 years at 2 underserved Newport Mesa Unified West Side schools. I am here today to support the expansion of Isaac Charter School, and I believe Isaac School will give families like mine more educational choices, and their STEM-focused approach, multi-language and multicultural approach, PBL and whole child focus will prepare my kids for the future. Public and charter schools should not be working against each other. They should be working together to share best practices and provide the best possible education for all students and options for parents. We should be able to send our kids and see what will feed their what will fit their needs. My kids are attending that, and I spoke to other parents that did not want to continue sending their kids to the schools that we are currently in. They combined 2 of our West Side schools into one. I'm sure most of you definitely know which schools I'm talking about. I don't need to mention them. And it has not been the same since. So we are very excited to start Isaac, and we are here to support the expansion and hope that you will consider so that our kids can continue to be at a school that was very community focused before. And like I said, I had been involved in the PTA and everything for 5 years, and I want to continue to do that. And at the current school, we're not having that. So I do ask that you guys consider that, and thank you for your time.
President Shaw, that is all of our public comments.
Thank you.
The public hearing is now concluded. The Orange County Board of Education staff recommendations, including recommended findings, will be published on July 21st. And at the August 5th meeting, the board will conduct a public hearing and take action to grant or deny the material revision. President Shaw, I now close the public hearing and return the meeting to you.
Thank you. So board questions, Dr. Sparks, maybe I'll start with you.
I don't think I have any questions at this moment. I've visited the school many times, and I see what they do. And then we got further clarification on the video. We've heard from the students. I think it's already been laid out. I really don't have any questions at this time.
Okay, Vice President Valdez.
I am not going to even attempt to pronounce your last name. but I do have a question for you. All right, so one of the things I'm always very concerned about is student safety. How are you going to get students between one campus to the other safely?
So we will have students that are housed in one campus and they remain there, and those in the other campus will remain there. There will be this occasional possible, which we haven't quantified yet, of parents who may have children that have children in both campuses. So for that, we are working out in detail what a shuttle arrangement could look like, working with our insurance, and they have outlined what are the requirements for safe transportation, et cetera, with, the swing out arm that has a stop sign and all of those things. So we're very much following the letter of the law and the spirit of safety in every decision that we're making for the children.
So the shuttle that you're contemplating, that's budgeted and it's part of your projected budget, because that sounds kind of expensive.
If we're not looking for something very large scale, I mean, literally, and this is like a very small number of, in fact, we did the analysis, there may be 10 kids that may be, one kid over here and one kid over. So it's a very small group of students, but we're paying attention and we're really listening to see whether the parents need support. For the most part, they're able to handle any transitions that need to be done, but we want to stand ready as needed.
That's the only question I have, but I want you to know that is a really, really important issue for me, is how you are going to transport kids from one campus to another. So, today, next month, next year, that is a really, really important issue for me.
Yes.
Okay?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Barkey, do you have any questions?
No, I don't have a lot right now. I think Trustee Valdez has an important question. I visited your current campus and always impressed with what you do, the involvement of your students, of parents, and the different cultural events, and I really appreciate what you do, and I'm happy to hear that you're going to be expanding what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Williams?
I have comments and questions. First of all, Bandimi, I'm very fond of you.
Thank you.
How long ago was it that we approved your charter school?
We were approved in 2019, a very auspicious year, as it turns out.
right before COVID. And I remember very fondly going to your events, and I love the Latino Day where they were dancing, and wonderful experience. You've created quite a positive environment there. I had my doubts about you. I think I've iterated and expressed that to you a few times. But during the last several years, you've really done one heck of a job. And you've really made your school solid, consistent, and you're working within a community that is really challenged financially and economically. So you're doing a great job. Just a couple simple questions. So right now you're maxed out at 144 students. Is that correct?
The lobby outside our offices was a classroom this last year.
Yeah, you have a small campus. I recognize that. And you want to go up to 185? Is that your
We have
projected and
185
committed students?
Committed students and about 30 that are still registering. So that number may expand.
May go up. Where will be the second campus again? I didn't
It's
quite
4
catch.
miles from the current campus. It is on the premises of a United Methodist Church,
Okay.
which is not using its Sunday school classrooms and so on.
Okay. Okay, so, and you're going to have how many kids there, do you think?
So the CUP currently is for 120, although if I had to make an assessment, we could probably have a CUP for more, but at this moment, it is for 120.
So you can possibly double your campus.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. And just a couple other questions. What's your total budget per year?
Total, this last year was 3.4, something like that.
3.4.
Going up to 3.7.
And what's your anticipated revenues?
3.7, conservatively.
Okay, so you're going to put some money away in the savings account.
Yes, in fact, we have been so cautious about exactly that even with the expansion, we do not anticipate any borrowing.
I love it. Those are magical words. No borrowing. That's where a lot of charter schools get into trouble. They borrow way too much money. Okay, thank you so much again.
Thank you.
And I will always remember you. Remember when we asked you to do the invocation? and you sang that beautiful Hindu song. That was just so very touching. I will never forget that. We're going to have you come back and do it, President.
For sure, yeah. I'll bring some students to do it.
Yeah.
You know, that was the meeting I was sworn into the board.
Yes.
And I had all my family, and we couldn't stop talking about your song. It was so such a unique. But I did want to ask you, if you don't mind, at the new location, will there be much in the way of tenant improvements needed, or is it ready to go?
Aside from a nice deep cleaning, which we're in the middle of, there's a lot of elbow grease going on. Tomorrow is a volunteer work day. Welcome to come. We're going to clean the grounds. But no, it's a beautiful facility, very organic. It's a living structure. You can really tell. There's a lot of love there. So
you're not needing to knock down walls and
not at
major
all.
stuff,
Not at all. They have been very thoughtful. They have these larger spaces with built-in dividers. I mean, couldn't ask for better. It's really nice. Even the drop-off is off the street. I just love this place.
I was in the act of forming the words, how about the drop-off and pickup site? So that was...
yeah. So it is really, it's a very safe facility for all of these activities and all the things that we do during the day.
Terrific. Well, we'll see you next month, I suppose, then, right? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Do the invocation.
Okay. Very well. We will proceed to item number 21, Charter School Public Hearing, Explore Academy. Araceli, we're keeping you busy tonight.
So pursuant to Education Code 747607, today's agenda item consists of two parts. First, the board will conduct the required public hearing and receive testimony and any additional evidence regarding the proposed revocation of Explore Academy Charter School. Following the close of the public hearing, the board will deliberate and determine whether substantial evidence exists to revoke the charter. Today's hearing represents the final step in the statutory revocation process established by the Charter Schools Act. It follows more than a year of fiscal oversight by the Orange County Department of Education, 3 notices of concern, an independent fiscal and operational review conducted by the Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team, or FICMAT, and ultimately the issuance of a notice of violation and opportunity to cure by this board on February 2nd, 2026. The notice of violation identified specific concerns related to the school's fiscal condition, enrollment and revenue assumptions, cash management, and internal fiscal controls. It also identified remedial actions reasonably related to each of those concerns and provided Explore Academy with more than 3 months to respond and demonstrate the identified violations had been remedied. The statutory remedy period concluded on May 15th, 2026. During the remedy period, Explore Academy submitted a written response, a fiscal recovery plan, revised planning documents, and supporting financial information. Staff carefully evaluated those materials together with the administrative record and concluded that the substantial evidence existed that the violations identified in the notice of violation had not been remedied. Accordingly, on June 17th, the board approved a notice of intent to revoke and notice of facts in support of revocation and scheduled today's public hearing. On July 1, a meeting was held with the executive director and board president to review the findings contained in the notice of intent, discuss remaining unresolved issues, and specifically address the continuing absence of an instructional facility for the upcoming school year. The operational and fiscal implications associated with relocating the school should a facility ultimately be secured outside the charter's currently authorized boundaries was also discussed. The legal question before the board today is not whether the school has made efforts to address these concerns. Staff recognizes that it has. Rather, the question before the board is whether, after evaluating the school's response and the entire administrative record, substantial evidence demonstrates that the violations identified in the notice of violation have been remedied. Throughout Orange County Department of Education's oversight, staff identified recurring structural deficits, negative unrestricted fund balances, declining reserves, and concerns regarding the school's long-term fiscal stability. In response, OCDE requested fiscal stabilization plans, revised multi-year projections, and documentation demonstrating a sustainable path toward fiscal recovery. During the remedy period, Explore Academy submitted a fiscal recovery plan together with updated financial information. Staff acknowledged that the school implemented a number of corrective actions. These include reductions in staffing, reductions in operating expenditures, salary concessions by employees, and revisions to its organizational structure. Staff also recognized that these actions required difficult decisions by the school's current leadership. However, the question before staff was not whether corrective actions had begun. Rather, the question was whether the evidence demonstrated that those actions resulted in a reasonable and reliable plan for long-term fiscal solvency. The school's multi-year financial projections continued to project negative ending fund balances throughout the projected period and did not demonstrate restoration of positive unrestricted fund balances or minimum reserve levels. We also evaluated the assumptions underlying the proposed budget. One example involves average daily attendance. The proposed budget assumes an average daily attendance rate of approximately 93%, compared to the school's historical attendance rate of approximately 83%. Staff did not receive evidence demonstrating that the operational changes necessary to support that assumption. Because attendance directly affects LCFF revenue, the projected revenues remain dependent upon assumptions that were not sufficiently substantiated. Historically, the school's adopted budgets projected substantially higher enrollment than was ultimately achieved. For the 24-25 school year, the adopted budget projected 170 students, while verified census data enrollment was 122 students. For the 25-26 school year, the adopted budget projected 150 students, while verified enrollment was 73 students. During the remedy period, the school represented that it had 105 students registered for the 26-27 school year. OCD reviewed a sample of the submitted registration records, and while parents generally confirmed completing registration forms, several indicated that they had not yet made a final enrollment decision. The school's agreement to occupy the Orange Unified School District facility expired on June 30th of 2026. At the close of the remedy period, the school had not secured an instructional facility for the upcoming school year. The school has informed OCDE that it is exploring facilities within the city of Tustin. However, because no facility has been identified, the school cannot yet submit the material revision that would be required before relocating operations to another school district. Because no instructional facility had been secured, the school had not identified an instructional location to communicate to families at the time of enrollment applications were submitted. Staff therefore could not conclude that the submitted enrollment applications reflected enrollment decisions by these families made with the knowledge of where the school would operate for the 26-27 school year. We also reviewed the facility assumptions reflected in the proposed budget. The budget allocates approximately $7,200 per month for facility costs. That amount appears consistent with occupancy of a Proposition 39 facility, but not with the costs typically associated with leasing and operating a private instructional facility. The proposed budget also does not include anticipated relocation expenses, tenant improvements, moving costs, or other expenditures commonly associated with establishing a new instructional site. The next area of concern is whether the school demonstrated that it could sustain operations while meeting its ongoing financial obligations. The financial information submitted during the remedy period continued to reflect significant debt obligations and ongoing liquidity concerns. Although the school submitted updated cash flow projections, those projections continued to rely upon future enrollment growth and corresponding increases in state funding. The administrative record also reflects continuing debt obligations associated with the school's existing financing obligations. We also review the expenditure assumptions supporting the proposed budget. A budget that contains unreasonable assumptions based on historical data cannot be considered reasonable. For example, the proposed budget allocates approximately $25,000 for legal expenses. By comparison, the school's legal expenditures during the 24-25 fiscal year were approximately $45,000. And the administrative record reflects ongoing litigation involving the school that is not being taken into account in this budget. Based upon the information available to the board today, staff could not conclude that the proposed legal expense budget reasonably reflects the school's known financial obligations. The notice of violation required the school to demonstrate implementation, not simply adoption, of effective fiscal oversight mechanisms. The submitted materials continue to reflect inconsistencies regarding staffing assumptions and position control. During the remedy period, the school transitioned to their third contracted fiscal management provider immediately before the beginning of this upcoming fiscal year. While a change in fiscal services provider is not by itself evidence of fiscal mismanagement, staff considered the timing of the transition together with the evidence in the administrative record when evaluating implementation of the school's fiscal recovery efforts. Taken together, the evidence submitted during the remedy period did not demonstrate that the identified deficiencies in internal fiscal controls and fiscal oversight had been remedied. Before concluding, I would like to briefly address the supplemental information submitted by the school today. Staff reviewed each of those submissions before today's hearing, including the updated cash flow projections, the written response to the notice of intent, and the additional purchase order document. Staff appreciate the school's continued efforts to address the concerns identified in the notice of violation. However, the materials also acknowledge that key assumptions, including the beginning fund balance and any future facility costs, remain unverified or subject to further revisions. Accordingly, while the submissions reflect continued planning efforts, the evidence submitted does not resolve the concerns identified in the notice of violation or alter the recommendation before the board. Members of the board, before concluding, staff recognizes the significant challenges experienced by Explore Academy, including multiple leadership transitions, governing board member turnover, startup debt, and changes in fiscal service providers. The board's responsibility today, however, is not to determine whether the school worked diligently to address these concerns. Rather, the board must determine whether the evidence demonstrates that the violations identified in the notice of violation were remedied. After considering the entire administrative record, including the supplemental information submitted before today's hearing, staff determined that the evidence does not demonstrate that those violations were remedied. Accordingly, staff recommends that the board determine that the substantial evidence exists to revoke the charter, adopt the proposed resolution and written findings, and revoke the charter of Explore Academy Charter School pursuant to Education Code 47607. At this time, staff respectfully requests that the board receive testimony from the charter school and members of the public. I now invite the charter school representatives to the podium.
And we give them 15 minutes, right? Yes. Okay. Welcome.
My understanding is that our legal counsel was supposed to be on Zoom. Oh, there she is. Got
Okay.
her. Thank you.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present our case. My name is Lloyd Boucher, president of Explore Academy, and to my right here is Dr. Maria Balas, another of our board members. So in June of 2025, we saw that Explore Academy needed to be turned around. So we got to work, did the work that we thought was the best, and I'm happy to report today that there were two achievements that we did. Financial achievement-wise, we ended the school year 25-2026 with zero deficit and a positive cash flow. Small, but no deficit. In 2026-2027, the updated budget projects zero deficit and a positive cash flow. Regarding academic achievements, during the first 9 months of 2025-2026, when the school hired a new teaching staff, reading skills, 81% of our students improved, and 100% math skills improved. We'd like to continue the opportunity to what was begun from the past June 2025 to continue its financial success and the academic achievements. We are ready to do so. We have done it. We believe in parents' choice, and we humbly request and ask the board member to consider the parents of Explore Academy who are exercising their right to parents' choice by choosing to continue their children being educated at Explore Academy. Thank you for your precious time.
Okay. Good evening, board members, superintendent, and members of the audience. My name is Cecilia Iglesias, Executive Director at Explore Academy. I want to first thank you for giving us an opportunity to serve the families and students at Explorer Academy. Also, not in my speech, but congratulations on your reelection. This past school year, 25-26, we were able to form a strong school community, supporting the students' academic growth through parent engagement, teacher collaboration, and staff support. I am proud to say that students were able to grow not only academically, but also in their self-esteem and learn skills that will take them through their academic journey. I'm also proud to inform you that 4 teachers and 3 classified staff have expressed interest in coming back to the school for school year 26-27. That says a lot to the commitment and relationships that we have built at Explorer Academy. This year, we were able to serve an average of 79 students. The reason we are here is to present to you our response to the letter of intent to revoke that was sent to us by your charter school unit staff. I believe you all have were given a copy by Araceli via the process, but just in case, I provided you with the hard copy so you can have it and be on record. I'll be sharing with you all the response to the letter. Please note that many of the concerns noted on the 29-page letter were duplicate questions, and therefore I will say duplicate to those questions. I'm going to start with 4. OCD issued notices of concerns to Explorer Academy on April 14, 2025, June 11, 2025, and November 3, 2025, which identified deficit spending. The issues identified in the notices of concern for April 14, 2025 and June 11, 2025 were a result of the former executive director who was unable to effectively work within Explorer Academy's approved budget. The notice of concerns directed Explorer to submit a fiscal stabilization plan, revised multi-year projections. So the new executive director was appointed on June 6, 2025. But the former executive director did not allow me, the new executive director, to have access to any documents until June 12, 2025. The new executive director worked with Charter Impact to ensure Explorer Academy submitted all the information requested by OCDE staff on the letter of concern dated June 11th. At this time, the new Explorer Academy team was aggressively recruiting students to ensure that we would meet the 150 students projected from previous year's budget. Unfortunately, as the new Explorer team was aggressively recruiting, the previous office manager informed parents that Explorer Academy was closing. Her goal was to recruit them to her new school. This contributed to a drastic decline of approximately 80 students not returning at the beginning of the school year. Explorer Academy's new recruitment team was able to recruit 40 new students for school year 25-26, and that allowed us to start the school year with 79 students. The decline in student enrollment contributed to budget challenges. But we are proud to say that during school year 25-26, we were able to pay all the bills, pay down the HJ Seams loan with the $100,000 principal payment, and we're also able to pay the interest payment without going negative in the cash flow, which included the revised multi-year projection and fiscal recovery plan. In July 2025, I was made aware that Explorer Academy was going to be audited by FIGMAT. The audit was conducted using the budget information and work that was overseen by the former executive director in 24-25. The fact that Explorer Academy does not have 5% reserve was recognized when the board adopted the budget in June 2025 and the findings from FIGMAT. Since the beginning of the school year, 25-26, Explorer Academy and executive director and board leadership significantly decreased costs, laid off 2 teachers, and all the remaining staff took a significant pay decrease to make ends meet and continue to provide a quality educational program for Explorer Academy students. Explorer Academy leadership was able to make the hard decisions and cut on expenses to ensure Explorer Academy operated on what was needed. The new executive director and board were able to correct the situation in which the prior executive director had carelessly put the organization in a financial stress. As shared in number 4, the enrollments were verified, but because of actions of the last executive director and staff, Explorer Academy lost more than half of the returning students. Declining enrollment despite substantial recruitment expenditures. The recruitment expenditures were not substantial. Explorer Academy invested $35,000 in recruitment and public relations in school year 25-26. This included initial and ongoing recruitment and also the recruitment for Prop 39. Explore Academy recruitment team has given a very difficult task to enroll new students in 50 days during the summer of 2025. And with hard work and dedication, the team was able to recruit 40 new students to join the Explore Academy Scholar families for school year 25-26, and were able to recruit 30 new students to join the Explore Academy for school year 26-27. Explore Academy provided the charter school fiscal team the process we had, and up until today, we have yet to hear from them on how we can improve those processes. The internal controls we have has allowed us to be operating on a positive cash flow despite the decrease in ADA. This concern was corrected in September of 2025. With the staffing levels misaligned, we laid off 2 teachers, and our office manager position went from full-time to part-time, and allowing the savings of benefits, and also our instructional support decreased their hours from 40 hours a week to 35 hours a week. And the remaining 5 teachers agreed to a 7% pay reduction, as did I, the executive director. Yes, the organizational turnover happened in June 2025 as the prior executive director misinformed her staff and families that the school was closing for school year 25-26. Only one of the former staff, who was a long-term sub, decided to stay with the new team for school year 25-26. This information was shared with FIGMAT and also the charter school management team. The return payments were sufficient funds and substantial risk to ongoing operations. I want to highlight that because this happened in 24-25 under the watch of the previous executive director and ICON, the previous back office. Since the applications, one of the concerns is no enrollment records were submitted with a notice of violation response by the end of the remedy period. Well, me being careful with confidentiality, since the applications contain confidential information, I did not submit any of this via email to ensure confidentiality. So the OCDE charter unit staff, Julie, gave me until Thursday, May 21st, to provide the completed applications via a secure link. On May 19th, Julie contacted me to request the applications. I submitted them to her via secure link. 105 applications were submitted to Julie. Also, a list of the names broken down by grade to ensure that the applications matched the registration list. Julie acknowledged receipt, and it was my understanding that this compliance requirement was met. We do have 76 registration forms from current students, and we have 29 registration forms from new students. All of the submitted applications were signed by the parents and guardians. Our enrollment team ensured that all applications received were complete. I did not receive any communication from the charter school unit that the applications were incomplete, so therefore I thought it was all taken care of. Some of the parents who were, this one is OCD review a sample of approximately 25% of the registration forms submitted by the new students and found that parents generally confirmed that they were completed the registration forms. Well, with that, some of the parents who were called approached our office manager and asked why they had received a call from someone they didn't know, and they shared that they were hesitant to answer the caller's questions as they did not know who they were speaking with. The cash flow insolvency, this was the prior executive director fiscal mismanagement. The new fund balance that you all received with current adjustments made and reflective in the attached cash flow projections that I submitted. Summary shows a positive cash balance monthly for fiscal year 26-27. So this, as you will see, everything that had happened, because I know I'm running out of time, has been, and it's stated to you, a lot of it is very repetitive stuff that they ask us, but interest payments made quarterly throughout the term of the loan. They're asking us about the loan, how we're making payments. Explore Academy has made monthly payments of $6,250 monthly for interest from April 25th through May of 2026. We already paid $100,000 on the principal on May 25, 2026, and another $100,000 will be paid, and it's reflective on the current budget that you all have in front of you. Explore Academy has been making timely monthly payments, and and also the principal payment that allowed us to make that payment in 2025. So as you can see here, we have a lot of information that we are being able to share, that all of this fiscal mismanagement happened in last year, 24-25, 25-26. We've had a new board, we have a new executive director, and we are moving on our way to ensuring that we do have the 5% reserves that you're requiring, but 28, 29, and that was given to you as a part of the budget. So I know we only have 3 minutes, so at this time, I am going to ask our DMS representative. She is offering fiscal and budgeting support. And yes, we did change from Charter Impact to DMS because Charter Impact said that our needs at Explore Academy does not fit their model of CFO. So with that, I am grateful that we have a DMS representative, Joanne, and she can explain about the budget.
All right, thank you. And as Cecilia said, I joined the team at the beginning of this month. I'm taking in a lot of information here. I provided you updated cash flow projections with the summary there, took into account the facility move, brought down the enrollment by 25%, the ADA to 90%, to come out at an ending positive cash balance of $12,000 at the end of the school year. Now, I think the most important thing to do here, and we only have 2 minutes, so I want to hand it over to Sarah to talk about the facilities issue, because that's really what is the big unknown in this budget and what the facilities is. So I'd like to hand that over to Sarah to discuss that with you.
Can everyone hear me? Okay, great. Good evening, board members. Very nice to see you. My name is Sarah Coleman. I'm with Young Mini and Core. We represent Explore Academy. Hopefully I'll have a couple moments at the end of my remarks so Joanne can come back and speak to the financials, because I do think that is important and a consideration for the board as well, given that Explore has made significant changes and provided a significant amount of information to demonstrate that they are righting their financial ship, if you will, and are in a positive cash position for the next school year. The issue that I'm speaking about is the facilities issue. As you know, Explore has been on an Orange Unified board or district site for the last several years. And unfortunately, when the school submitted a Prop 39 request to continue in its site for this next school year, Orange Unified also unfortunately repeating a pattern that we're seeing a lot of in Orange County board school districts these days, where they're frankly weaponizing Prop 39 to try to harm charter schools. Orange Unified denied the school's Prop 39 request despite having provided substantial documentation to support its request, and placed Explore in a difficult position because it said, we will not provide you facilities under Prop 39, and we will not continue the license agreement under which you've been operating for the last several years. So we have filed a lawsuit against Orange Unified. It is extremely unfortunate. I know I'm a lawyer, but I do not like suing. I like finding resolution, and unfortunately, Orange Unified has been obstreperous in this situation and has refused to collaborate or cooperate with our efforts to find a solution. And we expect to go into court in the next, hopefully short while, to get resolution that way. As I believe Araceli mentioned, the school is also looking at an alternative site in Tustin. I do note that we don't believe that a material revision would be required to move to the Tustin site, because Tustin is reflected in Explore's charter as a school district where they might locate, and this is not an additional site. It is an alternative site, and the Charter Schools Act only requires a material revision when a charter school is adding an additional site. So we do believe that we have some facility options. We just need more time to secure them. The school does not need to actually commence instruction for the 26-27 school year until September 30th, although of course it will plan to start sooner than that, and as soon as its facility is identified, and would really ask this board to consider giving the school, as everyone has acknowledged, the school that has put so much work into righting this ship and turning itself around and being responsible with its fiscal position and its students, give them an opportunity to open for the 26-27 school year and give parents the choice of schools as they have demonstrated by enrolling at Explore. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The public hearing is now open for 15 minutes of public comment. Trustee Valdez, please call for the first speaker.
Okay, we have 1, 2, 4. We have 5 public comments. You said it was 15 minutes, so it's 3 apiece. All right.
You don't have to take all 3 minutes, but you're allowed up to 3 minutes.
Right. Okay, first speaker is Lily Gonzalez, and Gloria Romero is on deck.
Good evening, President, board members, superintendent, and families joining us tonight. My name is Lily Gonzalez, and I am the mother of 2 children who attend Explore Academy. Today, I am speaking as a parent, and I also want to acknowledge the many other families here today. We all have different stories, but we are here for the same reason, our children. When we choose a school, we are choosing more than a place to learn. We are choosing the people we trust to care for our children, encourage them, and help them grow. That is what Explore Academy has been for my family. My son has hearing loss, and I always hoped he would find a school where he felt understood, supported, and accepted. At Explore, he found that sense of belonging. He has grown academically, gained confidence, and truly enjoys coming to school. My daughter has also thrived. She comes home excited to tell me what she's learned, and as a parent, there's no greater comfort than knowing your children are safe, happy, and valued. I know you have an important decision to make today, and I respect that responsibility. I simply ask that as you make your decision, you remember that this is about more than a charter. It is about our children, families, and a community that has found a place to belong. Please consider the students whose lives are being shaped by this school and the families who choose Explore because it meets their children's needs. Thank you for considering the voices and experiences of the families here today.
Okay, Gloria Romero is up with Liz Alvarado on deck.
Good evening. When I learned about the meeting tonight, I thought wherever I was in the state of California, I was coming here immediately. I want to urge us to really think about forward progress, that the problems of the past and the courage that you see in so many people here, from board members, faculty, staff, parents, to come and to say, we're not going to give up. We're going to continue and have the courage to turn around a school that was troubled, based upon actions of people who are no longer associated with the school. And I really want us to think about and to encourage us to think, how do we then say, for those who did the right thing and had the commitment to turn it around and are turning it around, to say, nope, not enough, the clock run out. I believe the clock never runs out. We have a charter. The state recognizes us till 2028. We ask you to think about and really look at the forward trajectory that was made. I know in the world of charter schools, there are Davids and there are Goliaths. This is a David, but this is a David. Look at our parents, many more that stayed with the school, predominantly low income, predominantly Latino students, predominantly Spanish speaking, many immigrant. And they found home at Explore Academy. They stayed, even though they saw many of the challenges and the sacrifices. Many people who volunteered despite notice of concern after notice of concern, so much paperwork that the board and our staff had to deal with. And you know what? We did. We complied. We always painted forward to show this is what we're doing. Dr. Bean, you may recall as well too when you first indicated to me about the FICMAT. And at that time I had said, look, the school's turning around. It's a strong board. We've got a terrific executive director with the courage to call out the practices that had been committed under a previous director no longer with us, and to have the courage to make the changes that were necessary. I looked at it from afar as seeing it was a turnaround school and was so proud of what the actions that were taken. The Prop 39 that was mentioned, by saying, okay, well, the school doesn't have a facility, is it right then to, in a sense, punish the David over the action of a Goliath with the new school board that's basically saying we can shut down charters, thinking that we will not stand up to fight back and to say, no, the law says you must provide a facility for us. So we're willing to engage in that. By saying, okay, we're going to roll over and shut down the school today, what message does it send to any other David of a charter school? Give up. We're asking you to stand with us in sending a message, because I have witnessed the transformation of this school. I've witnessed the courage. I've witnessed the commitment. Again, too, on the budget, significant progress has been made. I wish I had more time. I don't. I ask you, give this school a chance. State of California gives us till 2028. We ask for you not to cut us. Don't abort us this evening. Respect the work that's been done. Thank you and congratulations on your elections.
Okay, Liz Alvarado is up and Gloria Leon is on deck.
Buenas noches, miembros de la Junta Superintendente y miembros de la audiencia.
Good night, members and superintendent and the audience.
Mi nombre es Liz Alvarado y soy miembro de la comunidad y voluntaria que ha tenido la oportunidad de observar cerca Explore Academy y su trabajo con estudiantes y familias.
My name is Liz Alvarado, and I am a member of the community and also a volunteer that has had the opportunity to observe Explore Academy very close, and the work that they do with the students and their families.
Quiero hablar de que la comunidad y las familias es un ambiente acogedor.
I want to say that the families and the community is very welcoming.
Explore Academy hace más que educar a los estudiantes, hace que las familias sientan que importan.
Explore Academy does more than educating the students. They make that the families feel welcome and very important.
Para aquellos que participan en el After School Program, es de mucha ayuda también y es parte de la familia y la comunidad escolar.
The After School Program is also very important and is part of the community and the families.
La comunicación entre la escuela y los padres es consistente y significativa.
The communication between the school and the parents is very consistent and is very significant.
Las familias se mantienen informadas, se les anima a participar y se les trata como aliados en la educación de sus hijos.
The families are also well informed, and they are welcome and to participate, and they are treated with respect.
Este nivel de compromiso ayuda a crear confianza y una comunidad escolar más fuerte.
This commitment is very, it develops trust with the families, and it's a community more stronger.
He visto cómo trabaja el personal para garantizar que los estudiantes se sientan apoyados, valorados y conocidos como individuos.
I have seen how the staff works with the schools so they can guarantee that the students are safe and they are valued.
El ambiente es positivo y ha creado cada vez más visitas al campus y con las familias.
The area, the school is positive, and they have developed even more visits to the school.
Espero que este espíritu de colaboración continúe con los estudiantes y familias.
I hope that the spirit of collaboration continues with the students and their families.
Para que puedan seguir beneficiándose de la comunidad en el apoyo que Explore Academy está en la ciudad de Orange.
So they can continue getting benefits of the community and the support that the school Explore Academy is providing in the city of Orange.
Gracias por su tiempo.
Thank you for your time. No. No tenía más, ¿verdad? No.
Okay, that was Gloria Leon. Joel Lopez is our No, Gloria Leon is next, and Joel Lopez is on deck.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, and members of the audience. My name is Gloria Leon, and I have a second grader, a son who just completed second grade. As a parent, one of the greatest joys is seeing your child come home excited about school. My son tends to be very hardcore on getting perfect attendance. This year I watched him become more confident, more independent, and more enthusiastic about learning. He looked forward to coming to school each day. That says a lot about the environment that has been created at Explore Academy. I want to thank the board for allowing Explore Academy to provide educational opportunities to students. Because of this opportunity, my son has been able to learn in a small, supportive community where he feels known and valued. The teachers have taken time to understand each student's strengths and challenges. They encourage growth, celebrate accomplishments, and make students feel capable of achieving their goals. I also appreciate the communication between the school and the families. As a parent, I want to know that our voices are heard, our voices are heard and matter. At Explorer Academy, I have always felt welcomed and included. I hope we can continue working together as the Explorer Academy family to provide students with the same opportunities and support that have helped my son succeed this year. Thank you.
Okay, Joel Lopez is our last speaker.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, and audience. My name is Joel Lopez, and I'm the father of 2 Explorer Academy students. My daughter was recently promoted to 2nd grade, and my son was promoted to 3rd grade. And my little one is coming this year aboard. This was my children's first year at Explorer Academy, and the experience has reinforced why our family chose this school. Over the past year, I've seen both of my children grow academically, socially, and emotionally in a supportive environment where they feel comfortable being themselves. Okay, I want to thank the board for allowing Explorer Academy to provide educational service to my children. Having access to a quality public school has given families like mine the opportunity to be part of a school community that values both student achievement and strong family involvement. One of the things I appreciate most is the personal attention students receive at Explorer Academy. The teachers know their students well and take the time to understand their individual needs. As a parent, it is reassuring to know that my children are learning in an environment where they are recognized, encouraged, and supported every day. Over this past year, I've also seen the relationships that develop between families, staff, and students. Explorer Academy feels like a community where everyone works together to help children succeed. As a parent, I'm grateful for the opportunities my children have received and the growth I've seen in them during their time at Explorer Academy. I hope my children can continue receiving education, instruction from Explorer Academy teachers and staff. I believe that Explorer Academy will continue to provide future students and families the same positive educational experience and I'm looking forward to future students and families to benefit from the same positive educational experience. Thank you for the time and consideration.
Public comment period is now closed. The Orange County Board of Education has 2 options for action. Option 1, the board determines that substantial evidence exists to revoke the charter and adopt the proposed resolution and written findings revoking the charter of Explorer Academy Charter School pursuant to Education Code Section 47607. Option 2, the board determines that substantial evidence does not exist to revoke the charter and declines to revoke the charter. President Shaw, I now close the public hearing and return the meeting to you.
Very well, thank you. All right. Can I call on the Dean of the Orange County Board of Education, Dr. Williams, to lead us off? Would that be okay, Doctor? You don't mind if I call you the Dean of the board, do you?
I can't accept Dean. I'll take the old man. Wow, this is not easy. This is very challenging, very difficult. Maybe I can talk to a human being. Ceci, can you come up here?
They can't hear you.
Get closer to the mic, Ken.
Okay. This has been a long time in the process to come to where we are today. It has not been an easy process for you, our staff, and for the board. We've created and written notices of violation concerns over the last few years. We had the FCMAT audit. There's just a lot of information that raises red flags and concerns. You submitted this document here today.
Is that the budget?
Yeah. May I ask, Sarah, have you been able to see this budget and review it? And
Can I also call Joanne from DMS too?
sure, absolutely.
So just to be clear, this is not a budget. These are cash flows. So what we don't have is the full budget. So that she wrote up kind of in that beginning where they made some cuts. It's unclear whether these cuts are from the adopted budget or whether they're from last year's expenses. But we did take a look at this. And so I just want to clear up that I think what they're trying to show here is that there is cash left over each month. But if you look at that last line here, days cash on hand, that tells you how many days of cash that equals out to, right? So in July, they have 9 days cash on hand. It goes 22, 12, 11, 10, 8, 7, 6, 6, 11, 2 days, and 3 days. This is very concerning to us when we see less than 30 days cash on hand, obviously, because it calls into question the ability to pay your bills. When we see less than 15 days cash on hand, it calls into question the ability to pay salaries. Schools typically pay bi-monthly or every other week, so when you only see 9 days cash on hand, or worse, when you see 2 days cash on hand or 3 days cash on hand, that, I think there may be a misunderstanding. That doesn't mean that they are positive. That just means that that's the cash that they're working with. This school still, according to this document, if you look at what's highlighted there, they start the year with negative, sorry, my eyes are getting tired, 785.7, and then their ending fund balance is $760,000. So they are negative in their budget overall, according to this cash flow. But what they're trying to show you is that they have cash every month is what's here. Not sufficient cash, but they have cash.
So, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
Joanne. Joanne Fountain. Thank you.
Okay, let me just write all this down. Joanne, what company are you with?
With Delta Managed Solutions.
Delta
Managed Solutions, DMS.
Okay.
We joined on just in July here, and Araceli is correct in how she is reading this, and I will say that the purpose of this was to show that the operational budget is a positive budget for this year. It means that with each month, we have to carefully look at what to pay on that month and what to hold off to next month until the cash is available, making sure we pay salaries first, and then juggling it throughout the rest of the year with how the funding is coming in. Ending, though, with $12,000 and positive for that year.
Don, what's your background?
Joanne?
Joanne, excuse me.
I'll answer to that.
What is your background?
Sure. Yeah, I was originally a teacher, then became an executive director of a school, and now I am a CEO of Delta Managed Solutions for the past 8-9 years now.
Okay. You're not an accountant or a CPA?
I am not an accountant.
And do you have any background in finances and school budgets or anything like that?
I have experience through my team at Delta Managed Solutions for the past 8-9 years, and I provide a team that reviews this.
Who created this document?
That was myself and Debbie Howard from our team.
So you have some experience.
Oh, yeah.
To create a cash flow
Yeah,
here.
I create many cash flows.
Looking at the other side of this document, the enrollment is 78 students. Is that a correct number from your perspective, Araceli? Because I know that's been an ongoing issue for many years, is making the budget with a higher number of kids and actually show up that
Right.
you're getting LCFF funds.
So I think what they're trying to do here is be a little bit more realistic in the students that they will be able to actually begin school with. And also they reduce the attendance rate to 90% as opposed to what they had it before. This is a new number for us. We've not seen this number in the past. According to all prior documents that the school submitted, the 105 student number is the number they gave us as the minimum number of students that they would need in order to be able to operate the school. So this is a new time that we see this number. And again, because it's not a complete budget, we can't really see line items of what's been affected in order to make suddenly this much lower number be workable, right? So I know there's been some cuts in different areas that I mentioned during my presentation, but without being able to analyze a complete budget, we don't know whether this actually works and is doable for a school. So this again is just to show cash flows, and this is what they had to do in order to show a positive cash flow, is reduce some numbers, cut some places, and do things like that. But we don't see how a reduction in ADA is going to help the school at all, when 105 to us was not enough students for it to maintain operationally, considering that some of the biggest costs for a school, which are the facility costs, are not in this budget, are not here. And like I said, since we don't have a full budget, we don't know what the legal fees look like. We don't know what the insurance, line item looks like. We don't know what's happening here that made this budget happen this way. But again, I go back to, we looked at this, but it does not change our opinion on our recommendation. It's just simply having a little bit of cash is not enough to sustain a school.
And the typical, David's not here, but the typical cash flow would be 30 days. Is that correct, Joanne?
That would be bare minimum that we want to see. When we see a school with only 30 days cash on hand, we're already panicking because that's so tight. And what ends up happening is sort of what she explained. You have to start juggling bills, right? Who's going to get paid this month because we have to make payroll. However, what we see here is some months where without additional borrowing, I don't see how they can't even make payroll in the way that they need to every 2 weeks, right? When you only have 2 days cash on hand, how are you making your payroll for that month?
I'm going to stop because I know there's a lot of questions that my fellow board members have. So
Very well. Trustee Barkey?
Yeah, I guess my biggest concern is the facility, and I don't believe we have a facility. That's something we're working on. We don't have an executed lease on that.
We don't yet, but we are in communication with the one that Sarah mentioned would be in Tustin. But we won't know until, I believe, Board Member Boucher, till the end of July, correct? And so that's why we're hoping that this meeting just kind of came in the middle of everything, but we're hoping that we will get it there. But that's not till July, the end of July.
And when do you open, when do you start the new school year?
According to the calendar that the board approved would be August 19th, but that was based on the calendar that OUSD has. But if we were to move to this other facility, it'd be Tustin. But since, like Sarah stated, we would have to adopt a new calendar, and then we could, by law, we have until September, Sarah, mid-September?
September 30th.
Yeah. To start school. And if I may, just to go answer a question that Araceli Rose about us borrowing money, my understanding is we're not borrowing any money to make this budget at all. There's no new loans that we will be taking out, correct?
Correct. Okay. So are families aware that we don't have a facility secured for the new school year? Are families aware of that?
We haven't shared regarding where we're going to be at. That was a question, if I could give that to Sarah, about why we're hoping to share about us moving after this meeting.
Sorry, my computer was not working. Sorry about that for a moment. I think what Ceci was referring to is, as one of the parents mentioned, the school stays in good communication with its families, but it does wish to ensure that it has a final piece of information to share with families before it communicates it. So here, as I mentioned, we are working to have the Orange Unified School District meet its legal obligations and provide us Prop 39 facilities or potentially move to the site in Tustin. And the goal was also to see how this board responded to the notice of violation before we informed families of which way we were moving.
Okay. And I guess my other big concern is the lack of the 30-day cash flow that we were talking about, and what are we going to, bless you? Because I noticed projecting out, for a year from now, bless you again, it looks like 1 day cash flow, and if we're saying 30 days is kind of scary to us, what are we doing to rectify that?
Well, our budget in school year 25-26, Board Member Barkey, we were put in this financial situation, but we have been meeting all of our payroll. We have been meeting, paying, paying all of our service providers without going into borrowing. So we have been able to do that because I've been very careful to ensure that we're paying what needs to be paid and not accruing any additional expense that we don't have. We are very lean on our services. We're very lean on who we bring into as a contractor. And as you can see, our staff they've taken us a pay reduction, and they're willing to come back at the same level of pay that we had this year because they're committed to the school. So even though we may have, like Araceli's saying, 2 or 3 days, but this whole year was like that, and we were able to meet it because we started off with a big debt when we started last year. And we had, like I said, even with that, Board Member Barkey, we have been able to be current with our interest payment and also the principal that we owe HJ Sims. So, and when we were in conversations with them, so they were able to say, okay, we don't have to pay the principal payment up until May, because the $8,333 that we were paying for the principal payment gives us that opportunity to have more cash flow. But we will, once we become whole, I would say with a new increased enrollment, we will be able to cover that, and I believe that's something that is presented in the documents that we gave to you. And I just wanted to say this: this is a document that we with Debbie and that we worked on to show that we're taking into consideration what the meeting was on July 1st with your staff. That they wanted to see how we would make it, not from 105, but a realistic budget on what that would look like if we were, taking into consideration the moves, taking into consideration everything. We know that it's going to affect our enrollment numbers. We have 105, like we've shared with you, at the current location. But I know that if we move, we're going to lose some. But then I am very confident that our enrollment team will be able to pull a miracle like they did last year. We were able to get 40 new families in just 5 weeks in the summer. So I know we could do that again. I know we can. So this budget is based on 74 students because we took into consideration the conversations we had, correct? Yes. On July 1st. So we're giving you a more realistic budget, but it still shows that we are not in the negative when it comes to cash flow, and we are going to be very careful, diligently. If you guys know me, I'm always asking these questions, and I'm glad that you're asking these questions because that's what I would ask. And that's why I lead Explore that way, because I know that what's needed. And, this is taxpayers' money, and we want to make sure that we're putting it to good investment, which is our families. And that's why we are giving you this new cash flow, so you guys can see that we are not going to be negative in the cash flow every month.
So Ursula, can you explain this delta that we have between either 1 day or 10 days and the 30 days? Is that viable long term if they stay lean, or what is, because I know you say 30 is scary, but we don't see it getting near 30. What is your read on that?
I mean, whether they can continue to juggle bills and do what they need to do in order to not, be delinquent, it's hard to know. I know that they have in the past bounced checks when they have, operated this lean and not had enough cash. I think that they are in a tough situation now on, even finding a lender, whether they needed one. I understand about them feeling like they need more time. However, if this facility does not pan out, and they won't know until the end of July, they've put the families and the teachers and the staff in a really bad situation. I don't know how teachers find jobs. I don't know how families, are able to just move so quickly. So it just, I think where they would prefer more time, we're at this point because we feel like they are out of time. And that's the hard decision that the board needs to make.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm very strong about schools and giving them the opportunities and doing all that. So you haven't told the families, do you have a plan? Have you talked to other charters if, in fact, the facility doesn't come through? Do you have a space for your families?
Yes, we do. And Sarah, I don't know if you want to address that, or do you want me to address it? Me? Okay. So yes, we have been in conversation, because like I said, I take this opportunity and responsibility seriously. So we have been in communication with Vista Charter School, and this started since March. So it's something that we have been looking at it, and we know we had to have these conversations, so we didn't want to make it at the last minute. It's like, oh my gosh, we're faced with this situation. So we have communicated with Dr. Felch, and we are working. If things don't pan out, then yes, he's ready to have these conversations with us. Oh yes, okay. And seeing they're keeping tabs on me. I want to correct what Araceli said about the bounce check. The bounce check wasn't with me at this school year 25-26. All the bounce checks that happened with the prior executive director. Never in this, since I've been executive director, have we have a bounce check whatsoever. If anything, we've always had a positive balance in our bank. We've had a positive balance in our bank. So the bounce checks that she referenced, it was the past executive director that did that.
Okay, last question, then I want to pass it on. Was FCMAT, I know Dr. Bean ordered a FCMAT. They discovered some deficiencies. Have those been addressed? I know somewhere there was a list of the deficiencies. Is that?
Yes, we addressed them, and I believe that's why we've been successful in being lean and responsible with what we have this year, because I learned about having the FCMAT audit in July, weeks into my being given this opportunity at Explore Academy, and we worked with them. And if you see the FCMAT report, even I believe her name was Robbie or Bobby, she mentioned all of this is on last year's finding, and last year's finding would have been school year 24-25. And yes, definitely we took her recommendations to heart, and we made we implemented those recommendations that they made. But prior to them giving us the report, which was at the end of October, we had already made that decision to reduce our costs, reduce staff in order to make sure that we are within the budget. So we were already doing that even before the final audit came in. They presented at our board meeting, I believe it was in November, when they presented. So we were doing all that. So it's, as you all know, I'm a stickler when it comes to budget. I'm a stickler to making sure that taxpayers' money is not wasted. And I have been doing that, even though it's a lean budget that we have, but I'm proud to say we haven't been negative at all whatsoever. And my goal is, with increased enrollment and families seeing what we've done with Explore, I know we are going to grow. And I believe, when staff says, it's a dream, it's doable. And we've done it in the past, and I know we have the experience with our team. Like I said, this year we've already gotten we got 29 new families that want to enroll, and we stopped the enrollment process because we're dealing with this. We didn't want to continue because we don't. I mean, we're going to put more families in a predicament. But I know giving that opportunity, we could get more families to enroll and benefit from what Explore Academy is providing to these, families. As you can see, a lot of our students are here today, and because they believe in it, and they know a lot of them, they want something that's small. We are very small, and that's I believe that's what our catch is, because it feels like a private school, but we're a public school. So they feel like they're sending their kids to a private school setting, and they get the attention. So that, like one of the parents was saying, is like, we all communicate with each other, but we haven't given that notice yet, because based on what Sarah shared, we wanted to see how we can move forward based on today's meeting.
I promise this will be my last question. How is teacher morale with pay cuts and things like that? Is teacher morale still good?
It's good. They love the small setting. They're happy. They're happy there because it's such a small community. I wish you could come and see it. They're very thankful because they've been in district schools and they see the difference. And here, we have a smaller classes, smaller staff. So we're all a family. And that's, we've only had, 13 staff with part-time IAs and support staff, but we had 5 teachers full-time and myself 6. So it's very small. It's an intimate family, but we did a lot of work, good work this year. And I believe giving an opportunity to continue, you'll see that we'll have a lot to celebrate, and you guys will be part of that celebration.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. I will now yield.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and go. If you were to be successful at securing the facility in Tustin, do you have any idea what the cost would be for that facility? Or it sounds like that's the one you had the best lead on.
We haven't had that conversation because we haven't gotten those numbers yet, but we'll get those numbers. But what we've shared with them is what we're able to afford, and they haven't said no. So I believe we do have a chance.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Tim, can I just clarify for Delta Management? Reading your revised thing, my understanding is you do not have additional facility costs or moving costs included in this budget.
It's the same cost as the facility they're currently in is
Which
still
is under Prop
sustained
39,
in there.
right?
Yes.
So, and there was no moving costs or tenant improvements, none of that's included in
There's
this?
14,000 for moving expenses. That was changed. That was changed from facilities maintenance on the first one. And this was derived from the July budget that was sent in. So if anything, you look at that one and deduct it, and that's where the beginning figures came from.
I just want to clarify because I thought I heard 2 different things, so I just want to make sure.
But this is not a budget.
It's not a budget.
This is just cash flow.
Yeah,
So we don't have a budget.
With my limited time, it was not appropriate for me to devise a budget from you. I devised these numbers from the July budget that was sent in and made the adjustments.
If it helps too, my understanding is that both of the sites that the school is looking at will not require tenant improvements in order for the school to move in and occupy.
Okay. I wonder if I might ask Mr. Rowland a question here. So if we were to adopt the staff recommendation and revoke the charter, what would become of the debts that are outstanding? Do we know?
We don't know. They could either go into bankruptcy or go into an assignment for the benefit of creditors, or the vendors just may eat their costs. That's a decision that'll be made when the vendors start suing them for that.
Who makes that decision?
The vendors in the charter school. Charter schools with some degree of regularity declare bankruptcy for reasons that are unrelated to fiscal mismanagement. But in this case, it would be related to fiscal mismanagement. There's a state process whereby the charter school can give all their assets to a assignee, and then he tries to maximize his fiduciary for the vendors. He tries to maximize the payout. That would be, pennies on the dollar usually.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of pain involved with this.
Certainly. Araceli said something in her initial report that really caught my ear. She said our legal standard as a board this evening is to decide if these issues have been remedied, not trending the right way, but remedied. Can you make sure I understand what our legal responsibilities are in that.
Araceli was 100% accurate on that. The decision before this board is not whether maybe they can get a facility and maybe they can get an enrollment and maybe their families will stay and maybe a number of maybes. The decision you have to make is whether they've done it, whether any of these deficiencies have been remedied. The purpose of this hearing is to hear evidence of remedies. And we didn't hear any evidence today. And that puts you in a very difficult position because given the robust administrative record, all of the evidence in the staff report and all of the evidence that Araceli just put out there, which has been ongoing. There have been multiple meetings on this. It wasn't the first meeting on July 1. Given that state of the evidence, failing to act on this would call into question your exercise of your oversight responsibilities. There is a robust record and there's no evidence that has been presented here. There's been a lot of promises. There's been a lot of hope. There's been a lot of ings. We've had writing, turning, looking, hoping, and going. And they said it was doable, but it hasn't been done. And it hasn't been done in 3 years. So the question that you have to ask yourself is, given the state of this record, what are your options?
Vice President Valdez.
I have a question for the attorney zooming in. So, I am aware of, I think the public is aware of the turn of events at OUSD, and it's probably not going to be a very friendly charter school board there any longer. So they denied the ongoing lease, and I'm an attorney, but I don't do that area of law. But I mean, if you were paying your bills, it does sound like you have a valid lawsuit there. I mean, it's not really their purview to decide that you don't have enough students, in my view, if they were paying your bills and you were not delinquent. But, for purposes of an August 20th school date, when did you file that lawsuit? What's the filing date?
Don't know the exact filing date. It was about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago.
So late June.
You may.
So they have 30 days to respond, right?
Yes, but what we would plan to do, and I've already prepared a plan to do, is to go in ex parte to request that the court expedite the hearing for the matter. So if a traditional briefing schedule, you're correct, but we've had success in other districts of moving the hearing dates up in acknowledgement of the short timeline that's available here.
Do you have a hearing date?
So I can go into a lot of detail if you want, but briefly, we tried to go in on Tuesday ex parte, but unfortunately the court's calendar was full, so they indicated to us that we would not be able to go in ex parte on Tuesday. So because Wednesday was this hearing date, that's today, our plan based on the outcome of tonight's meeting would be to go in ex parte on on next Tuesday, because the court does not, this particular court to which we were assigned does not hear ex partes on Monday and Friday.
What type of hearing what type of hearing are you requesting in the ex parte application?
We're requesting an expediting of the writ hearing. So to move, obviously, calendaring of a typical writ would take 3 to 5 months, depending on the busyness of that particular court. So we would be requesting that the court hold a hearing on this matter in early August to allow for a very truncated briefing schedule.
Okay, but as of tonight, what relief are you requesting? Immediate relief?
Through the ex parte or through the writ petition?
Well, the ex parte is to move the hearing up. The petition, right? What is the relief you are seeking?
The writ relief is for the court to order the district to make an allocation of facilities to explore for their projected in-district ADA, which I believe was approximately 110 ADA in district.
All right. But obviously, as of tonight, there's no guarantee that the court is going to side either with the ex parte or the hearing relief that you are requesting.
That is correct. As a lawyer, you know, you can never predict anything with certainty on that.
Cecilia, I have a question. So you have 56 kids or 70. Some of them have got to be special needs kids, and they are so much more expensive to educate. How many special needs kids do you have?
This current year, we had 11. But the services that we were providing to them, there was more moderate services, more like speech, what's it called? Instructional assistant, specialized instructional assistant in the classroom. And we didn't have any like one-on-ones. So, but we were able to provide instructional assistant support to the teachers that had those students.
And as of tonight, as far as your facility costs, you said you don't even know what Tustin's going to ask for. You just told them what you can afford, and they haven't said no.
The Tustin site, correct?
It's a school. It's a church in Tustin.
It's a church in Tustin. It's not their school.
It's a church. Church.
All right.
Is that it?
Yeah.
All right, Dr. Sparks?
Yeah, so to the lawyer, I didn't catch your name, sorry.
Sarah.
Sarah, okay, Sarah. And to Ceci, if let's say Friday happens and you're on, or next Tuesday happens and you're on the docket and you get granted a facility, how does that save all this, you know, in the red numbers? How does that, is that a guaranteed solution?
If I may make a clarification, the current rent that we're paying at the Peralta site, it's not Prop 39, it's a license agreement. So it wasn't even a Prop 39 facility that we have. It was a license agreement that was approved by the prior board at Orange Unified School District. So I'll have Sarah answer how the Prop 39 budget and facility works.
So if we receive the relief that we wish from the court and the district is required to allocate space, they will calculate the fee that we pay. It's called the pro rata share under Prop 39, and it's a statutory and regulatory formula that is a proportion of the district's facilities costs. The license agreement that Explore previously entered into as an in lieu Prop 39 agreement is likely a bit of a higher cost than Prop 39 because at the time, Orange Unified had denied the school's Prop 39 request then as well. And the administration of the school at that time were able to negotiate the license agreement with the district as an alternative to an ongoing dispute. And I was not part of that discussion or negotiation, but I suspect that the district probably charged a bit of a premium for the space, knowing that the school was wanting to avoid a dispute. So I can't tell you exactly, because I don't know what space would be offered, I can't tell you exactly what the cost would be, but my expectation logically would be that it would be about or even maybe a little bit lower than what they have in the budget as of right now. Of course I can't say that with certainty. So to answer your broader question, it doesn't fix everything that you mentioned. The budget that Joanne and Ceci have put together addresses obviously the cash flow and the cost that the school is incurring each year to provide them with a positive cash flow for the end of the 26-27 school year. But as to the facilities, at least, if the Prop 39 lawsuit is successful, it would keep the facilities costs where they are in all likelihood. And as RSLE has indicated a concern about whether the facilities costs to be paid by the school are accurately reflected in its budget, the answer to that would be yes. And so the budget would be, yeah, I'll leave it there. Hopefully that answers your question.
It mostly does. And then, but what about, how are you all paying for the legal fees? We've got this expensive lawyer here.
That was budgeted. We already made the, what's it called, the retainer fee, that's already been paid. And we will be.
But it's not over.
Well, I have Sarah.
Just so the school has paid us a retainer, that is correct. I will say that, as I mentioned in my initial remarks, unfortunately, school districts throughout Orange County are using Prop 39 in an effort to shut schools down or keep charter schools from opening. And as a result, we've had to file other lawsuits in the county against other school districts for essentially very similar behavior. It's just very unfortunate. But as a result, the papers that we had to prepare, we weren't starting from scratch in this lawsuit, is what I'm trying to say. So the costs associated with this lawsuit have been lower than they would otherwise have been if we were starting from scratch. So that way the costs are much lower than they might otherwise be, and we don't anticipate the school incurring a large bill for that reason.
And so what I'm trying to get at, which is probably not lost on anyone, I'm trying to figure, is there any way, I mean, the numbers here are looking pretty dire. We've had, more than a year of tracking, and I understand what you're saying, Sarah, about the sort of blockage of the Prop 39 facilities. That's a huge issue. I get that. But I want to support a school being able to be successful, but I just, right now I don't see it. So is there a chance, if let's say that if we delayed this decision for a week or 2 weeks or whatever it is so we can get an answer on the Prop 39, is that viable? I don't know. I'm trying to figure out, is that viable? Is that going to save the day given the numbers that I'm seeing? It just seems like we're buying some time, but I don't see a recovery. I don't see a recovery. And so I need to see the numbers showing me that there's absolutely a recovery.
Okay, was that all?
Yeah, I mean, if you show me a recovery, I'd like to hear about it, but I haven't heard it so far.
Dr. Williams, do you have another comment?
When you checked your checking account today, what bank are you with, by the way? A reputable Wells Fargo, Bank of America?
Oh, I thought my personal one. I'm like,
No.
Okay.
Basically,
yes.
You checked your bank account, you went online. How much do you have in cash right now?
Right now we have 140,000.
140,000 is in your checking account right now. Okay. When's your next payment from the whatever resources you're going to get your revenues from? When's that going to be coming up?
That comes up.
I have it stated in July here. That was from, again.
Better get near the mic,
Sorry.
please.
Is that LCFF funds?
That would be other state revenues right here. I do not have the breakdown from the prior budget that was submitted on this statement here.
Okay, so you have basically 140K right now. You have expenses coming up. This is not really an accurate budget that we can get any sort of feedback from. So that I see a cash flow, but I just don't see a budget, and that's difficult to make a decision right now. I take what Mr. Rowland said very seriously, in that we have a fiduciary responsibility to make these hard decisions. I share Trustee Sparks' concerns that there is no remedy. I listened to good Trustee Valdez and his legal questions. I know he's thinking a lot in his mind as I'm sitting here watching his facial reaction. It's not a good one, because you probably know a lot more as an attorney what's in the future with costs and getting these things done. You didn't reveal that thought.
No, but I think Trustee Sparks mentioned it. I do have another question for the attorney when you were yield. So, Sarah, if we were to revoke tonight, would that affect your standing to sue?
It would.
Because then you don't have a charter anymore.
Correct. It would potentially, I'm sure the district would argue that it would moot our standing to sue in this case, yes. The nonprofit public benefit corporation that operates Explore will continue to exist, so we continue to have standing as an entity. but the district would inevitably argue mootness on that basis.
Okay.
I have another question, basic one. Why did you take a loan for $750,000 when you didn't have any students?
That wasn't me. That was in 24.
But do you know the answer to my question?
Why they would?
Because that put you really behind the eight ball.
It
put
did.
you in the red, that $750,000.
It did.
And your whole problems are related to that money that you took
Correct.
out when you were non-operational, correct?
Correct. I believe the executive director, she signed the loan thing. I think it was April of 2024. Before they even opened the school, and unfortunately wasn't careful with what she was spending the money on. They had way more students than what we have right now. They had 120 students. They could have paid down that loan and have a lot more. So that's why we're here asking you that and I understand what your council is telling you, but we're asking that we have made a lot of strides, and I know we can come out of it. And I know Araceli wants, the staff, they want, right now, what we've given you, and we've given with them, every month we give them the fiscal, it's called the cash flow, every 20th of the month. And Dr. Williams, we haven't yet had a conversation with them. So for me, here I am trying to move this school forward, believing that we're doing good, but yet I am not given an opportunity to, or giving opportunities to address the fiscal.
But didn't we have 3 or 4 meetings already in the last year? Is that what I'm hearing?
There's been 3 years of technical assistance, 3 notices of violation, 1 notice of intent to revoke, and 4 separate meetings over and above the notices of violation to sit down with their senior management and explain very clearly what the situation was, that we were willing to help, and this is what we needed them to do. They themselves said, we had enrollment data of 105 students. We didn't give it to you, and now magically it's 74. This is the assumptions and prognostications that they're asking you to make a decision about. The fiscal austerity was to decrease educational support and cut teacher salaries. They said it. So I'm sorry if I'm increasing the pressure on this board to exercise your fiduciary responsibility, but this is all a matter of record, as Trustee Valdez says. This was said out loud tonight.
Okay. Any more questions or comments? So that, I think, takes us, that's the end of item number 21. Excuse me. So item 22 is board action on Explore Academy charter school revocation. So if I understood from the staff report, there's just one of 2 options: to revoke the charter, or we decline to revoke the charter. So those are our 2 options, as I understand it, as a board. So thank you for your time and great effort, Ceci. I call her Hermana. Full disclosure, we used to work together for many years, so I love Ceci like my sister. She's my sister from another mother, mi hermana. So, but I'm happy to entertain motions or hear comments from the board. I guess I'll lead off. I mean, sometimes being in leadership is difficult. I think every one of us up here in our heart wants to support the school. I very much enjoyed the testimony that was given by the parents and students, and I think there's a lot of support and love for the school, and people, and those employees and people really pouring their heart and soul into it, and we appreciate that great effort and that great work and that community that's there. I do feel the loss of the facility is really, really tough. And I know a lot of the people in leadership right now were in the leadership from a few years ago, and these poor folks now got dealt a very difficult hand to play with, you know, the debt that was outstanding and some of the other previous decisions from folks. So I hope that none of this should reflect necessarily on the people in leadership here, because they kind of came in and dealt a very tough hand. So those are my comments, and unless anyone else had a comment or a motion to make, I'll entertain that.
I'll make the motion to adopt the resolution to revoke the charter.
Okay.
One of the most difficult words I've ever expressed.
Okay, there's a motion by Dr. Williams to adopt the resolution of revocation. Is there a second?
With a very heavy heart, I will second.
Very well. Any other comments? Go ahead, Doctor.
Just before the vote, I think it's important to note we're voting on the fact that there's substantial evidence that it's, quote, relevant evidence that a reasonable mind might accept as adequate to support a conclusion. Such evidence must be reasonable, credible, and of solid value. And that's the crux of the decision that we're making.
Agreed. And the specific resolution and language is what is
That's
before
what you're
us
voting
here.
on. Yeah.
That's the motion to adopt that resolution, whatever number it will be officially.
Thank you. And I guess I would just say if we're going to move forward with a revocation, that obviously this is the time to do it in between the school years and giving the families and staff an opportunity to make other plans for the coming school years. Very important. So rather than kick the can down the road or avoid this, if it has to happen, I guess now is the time to do it. So did you have anything else to say?
No,
okay, so
really don't.
we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
You said aye.
I said aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so 5-0, we will adopt this resolution. So thank you for coming this evening, and I hope we can stay in contact and make this as smooth a process as possible. So. Very well, we will move to information items from the superintendent, Dr. Bean.
Given the heavy topic that was just discussed, I do not have any updates right now.
Okay. Deputy Superintendent.
One reminder is our next meeting is August 5th. Submission deadline is July 22nd. Board packet delivery will be Friday, July 31st. We do have 6 appeals currently in line, so we are looking at probably 6, which is better, much better than it was. So, but we are looking at anticipated start time of 2:30 again. I believe their deadline is next week, so we'll know for sure.
Maybe you can negotiate a few of those away.
They've been a little more successful. They're not all with the same school district, so that is a possibility. So, and that's all the information I have.
Okay. Legislative updates? Do we have any? We did talk a little bit about the state budget. I guess it's came in pretty strong, actually. Good old stock market saved the day, I guess. And AI stuff. Are there any committee reports? Board member comments?
No, I mean, I have a very heavy heart. The only thing I would comment on just for a second is Ron Flores' comments during public comment. I think we're going to probably hear more from him. I think his concerns are valid about, graduation rates versus the education that kids are getting. And I think that his heart is there, that he's genuinely concerned about these kids and what their lives will turn into if they really can't read and write and do all those things.
I've been concerned about this now going, it was the single question that I asked Dr. Bean when he interviewed for this job.
Yep.
And that is just a trend that is so ridiculously unacceptable to me.
So I guess what I'm just saying is I would encourage his work and whatever, that.
I was going to make a comment about something related to my son, but I'm so depressed now from my vote 5 minutes ago that I don't even want to talk about it. It's just such a, this board supports charters, and to shut one down is really, I don't even want to talk about that. I do want to mention something that one of the Access teachers mentioned during public comments, and something about a work injury and harassment received afterwards. Sounds like an HR issue, but if that teacher does want to reach out to me and send me an email, I will do my best to talk about it with Dr. Bean, as I always do. My email's always open if that teacher wants to contact me. So I always feel it's very important to listen to our teachers and their concerns, and that was a concern raised. So, I don't want to dismiss it or not acknowledge it. So,
Thank you. Dr. Sparks, anything?
Not at the moment.
I was going to mention, we talked a lot this evening about different charter schools, and I think it's worth mentioning it. There seemed to be a lot of discussion about, we have declining enrollment, and these charter schools are taking our students, and we're getting killed as a result of the traditional public schools. I think it's worth remembering. I was talking with AI for a second. In all of Orange County, all the students in the K-12 system, a grand total of 5% of them are in a charter school. So all right, that's a lot of kids, but not really. So the premise that the charter schools are wiping out the public schools, the traditional public schools, that's just numerically not correct.
No, and
and Mary loves to point out a lot of the kids would be in a private school or homeschool or some other setting rather than the traditional school system anyway, without the charter school. So I think that bears to.
Well, and when we asked Irvine what the decline was, it was 1.45%. It was.
That was a very brilliant line of questioning. You're right. Oh, sorry. With that, we will stand adjourned until August 5th. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Good job, Ms. President.